Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for in service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
All right, welcome. Happy Monday. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion, I should say. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here today. It is wonderful to have you all here. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Absolutely fantastic weekend. You all deserved it. So I'm feeling really tall today, like I don't fit in my box. I need to make an adjustment here. Hold tight. Nope, that's too much. Okay, is that good? That's a little better. I fit in my box now. All right, let's see. I don't know who won. I was, let's see who was it. I hear a laugh. Oh no, I hear a laugh over there and not in here. Hold tight. I need to run around to the other side of the desk because I'm missing a plug. And it's because my kids played Minecraft over the weekend. Hang on one second. There we go. Okay, now we should at least have some sound. There's a little bit. Okay. All right. Are we all here? Did everyone arrive? Did everyone survive the weekend? I don't know who won. Maybe let me see who won the. We have a birthday. We have a birthday already. Let's see who won. Andrielle. Is it Andrielle? Am I going to say that right? Andrielle. See, was it Britta? See, Holly Jane Lane. Okay, whoa, so many birthdays. Hang on. Okay, today is my birthday. Okay, there's one. Hold tight. Need to make some notes here to make sure we don't mess anything up. There's one. Let's see. I got the buffer sound, which means something's happening down here. Comments not on screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, where was the other one? Where do we got this one? Kim R won the internet. Okay, Kim. Congratulations, Kim. You may be trying to lay low right now after you've committed the crime. Now that you know what the penalty is. But you've been outed by your friends, which is an appropriate thing to do in this environment. They have we're the guilty party. First in chat always receives the prize of internet ownership for the day. So congratulations, Kim, whether you want it or not. Repeat offender Kim, almost habitual offender, as Cachette says. You will own the internet. It's all yours. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Ida Adams, thank you for the good vibes this morning. Appreciate that. I need to find. There was another birthday, and I'm trying to remember the name. Let's see. Donna Parker. Ooh, coastal North Carolina. Stay safe. Still some pretty crazy riptides going on out there, I think, especially in the north part. Let's see. Football hangover, anyone? I know what you did over the weekend, Ronaldo. Let's see. Red Pen says, mine was the first chat on screen today. Yes, it was. It was wonderful. Okay, wait. Where's the birthdays? Wearing my orange Prison Escape hoodie on this cool fall day. Lee, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Oh, here's some birthdays. Oh, Red Pen gifted 5 memberships. Cachette gifted 5 memberships. Where was I this morning? Thank you very much. 10 new people in green this morning, thanks to 2 generous gifters, Red Pen and Cachette. Thank you very much. We also had, let's see, there was one other. Wait for it. Let's see if I can scroll back far enough. I'm not sure if I can. Come on. Let's see. Out and About with Diane. Also renewed membership this morning, and I can't see it on my screen. Where? Wait. There. No, that's not it. Weird. Okay, I am sweating profusely. I just got out of the shower, just barely. Like my hair is not dry yet, so it's dripping down my neck, and it's a little warm in here as well. So there we go. Let's see. Kimar says, "So blessed to be here. Love this community. Would have been more than 4 if the channel name wouldn't have originally scared me away." Kim, I get a lot of questions about the channel name. Thank you very much, and thanks for taking on the internet ownership today. That's fabulous for all the rest of us, and not for you, but it's good for us. We did make it through the storm. Very wet here. I did post a video. I didn't go live with it. I didn't want to make anybody panic, but I did post a video to the channel just showing just right outside my house, really, the traffic driving through some water. This is what happens when the drains are not plugged. If the drain is plugged, the lake gets higher, considerably higher. But so that was fun. Let's see. Where's the other birthday? There were 2 birthdays, right? Let's see. Happy birthday. I'm looking for the other birthday. Let me look at the bottom check. So you guys are going to tell me, I'm sure. Okay. Obsessed with the Truth says, 40K, nice work. Been with you since the start. Thank you very much, Obsessed with the Truth. I'm predicting that sometime this week I will drop under 40K. And the reason why is we grew so fast during the manhunt that people who wanted to watch the manhunt subscribed to the channel because they could come back every day and see the updates that were happening. And they may not be true crime fans. They may be more in my community, news is breaking, and I want to see what's happening fans. And so the number has been dropping. I think we're down about 300 subscribers since that peaked. We gained 17,000, and then we're down a few, and that's pretty normal. Okay, so Holly Jean is the other birthday. Is that the other one? Is there anyone else?
Finally, I'm back after being admitted for a DVT. I've missed my fellow addicts. Feel for Maya and her fam. As a former advocate, it's broken heart to watch.
Oh man, Kayla, thank you for being back. It's good to have you here. At the same time, today is going to be a tough day. And I'll give you a little preface. And I don't say this often, but I'm going to encourage people who think that it might be difficult to find another thing to do today than watch this video, because it's going to be pretty difficult. I don't want it to ruin anybody's day. Okay, Red Pen, I see you there. I see your comments. We have to sing here in just a minute. Andriel Hillis and Holly Jean Lane. There we go. Okay, we're going to sing to those 2 individuals. Let's see, they'll be back, says Recovery Addict. Yes, they will. Thank you, Kayla Newell, for the super chat, by the way. Wonderful to have you here. Would not be the same without you. Hope your Monday goes well. Hope this is a new week that's just everything's looking up. Pi Lisa, 1/2 a year. Love your channel, Scott, and all the wild and crazy. And loving in chat. Yep, it's good. We have a little of everything here. And there's Out and About with Diane. Said, I'm here for the long haul. I've been here since Letitia. Wonderful. It's good to have you here. Thank you so much, Out and About with Diane. All right, we have to sing. We have to sing. It's a rule. La 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 la. And Franco's cat Fizz. So can we just say Fizz? Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Andrielle, Holly Jean Lane, and Franco's Cat Fizz. Happy birthday to you. I'm not sure if I got everybody in there. I started doing first names only and then had the timing wrong. I had to do the whole Franco's Cat Fizz, but that is wonderful. Oh, let's see. Today's my niece's birthday. She's 3 years old, says Rudy Patootie. Happy birthday to her. Hope she has a happy birthday as well. Let's see. For all the people who are celebrating today, I think I'm making sure I didn't miss anyone. I think we're there. Wonderful. For everyone who's celebrating a birthday today, even if you come in late and watch this on the replay, I know that there are many places you can celebrate your birthday. I mean, Denny's of all places wants you to come visit. I think they give you free pancakes or something. But no, you're here. You're here with us. And it's not lost on me that there are many, many places you could be, and you choose to be here. The privilege, the honor is ours. Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful, wonderful birthday. Ken and Ann, woohoo, 5 months. Good to have you here as well. Not your birthday, at least not that I think so. Not that I know of, but either way, good to be here. All right. That was pretty good. I'd give that a solid 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 on the singing, if I do grade myself. And I am a little liberal on my score, a little generous. Today's my 17th work anniversary. Jamie C., congratulations, 17 years at work. That is something that very few people reach in this day of jumping from job to job. I know I have jumped from job to job. I did 9 years at one job. 9 years and like 11 months. And if I had lasted one more month, I would have got some like 10-year, you know how they give away prizes like watches or, Mercedes-Benz. I don't know what that was. It was something small. I'm pretty sure I got like a beach chair for 5 years, and then like 7.5 years or something. They gave me a weird it's a weird timing. I think I got a very cheap watch. A cheap watch because it broke right away, and it was not from misuse or abuse. But good news is the company has a beautiful, beautiful corporate jet, and I'm glad I can contribute to that. That was wonderful. Cashette just gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you very much. Speaking of good news, Samantha Terry says 8 months. I wouldn't be anywhere else. Samantha, thank you so much. One of our OGs as well, right there. Appreciate you, and a great mod as well. We have to celebrate just a little bit. We have to celebrate with this sound just a little bit because one of our good friends, namely Brandy Churchwell, and by association JT as well, we also count as a good friend, reached a massive milestone in YouTube. They hit 10K subscribers over there on the channel, the Brandy Churchwell channel. I know they've got a huge party planned. I'm not sure if it's going to be today, but if they do throw a party today, I would not feel the slightest bit offended if you went and attended that instead of watched this. But yes, Brandy Churchwell hit 10,000 subscribers. I think it was amazing. What got her over the last hump was probably some of the networking she did down at CrimeCon, which she had a great time meeting up with a lot of people that are in the stories that we follow. And she did great. I'm sure she's got some interviews and things that'll be lined up and collaborations that will just boost her channel into the stratosphere. Super excited for both of them. They've put in a ton of work, and they deserve every single bit of success. So if you get the opportunity today, if you see them go live, please pop in there and even celebrate with them today. That would be awesome. That would be absolutely incredible. We're so happy for them both. Party for Brady. Yes, I haven't turned the sound on because I hate this sound. I really do. It grates on my ears. It sounds... yes, it's a celebratory sound, but it's one of those things where, I can just imagine my kids with one of these in their mouth, and just every time they breathe out, they're, and it's just this. Oh, not that one. This. Somebody did horse. Perfect timing on horse. But let's see, going over to Brandy's channel for the party there sometime today. Sounds good, Red Pen. I will probably jump in there as well. So if I stop responding in chat, it's because I'm over celebrating with Brandy. Ashley says, best community on YouTube. So happy I found this channel. Ashley, thank you so much. You are part of the reason why this channel is so wonderful. It would not be the same without you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. That is the saddest celebratory sound ever. Rudy, I am taking nominations for new celebratory sounds. If you have one in mind that, if you happen to have access to the YouTube sound library, it would be great if it came from there. That's the easiest, where I don't get hit with the copyright strike every time I play a little soundbite. But if you can find a happy celebratory sound that still is recognizable as a party sound, other than just like applause, because that's just generic, then that would be wonderful. All right. Sharon, thank you very much. 8 months as well. Enjoying every minute. Would not want to be anywhere else. Our OGs are all hitting the 8 months today. I think the ones that joined day one when memberships were turned on. That's wonderful. Fireworks is a good sound. That would be a good one. A really good one. What's in store today? The court.
Polemic super chat. Thank you at Red Pen for the gift. I love hanging and chatting with my favorite peeps. Go Pack, go OK Chiefs too.
Oh no, I missed a super chat. This is not good. I do apologize. Paula Mack, thank you for the super chat. I did not see it pop on my screen, so did it pop up before we went live? In Cash App, thanks for letting me know, and thanks for the super chat as well. Another great mod, helps out a ton on our video editing and some of the behind the scenes stuff on the channel that. Every time the channel just gets a little bit better, it usually has something to do with Cachette or Weather Watch or some of our other great friends that are helpful and saying, hey, here's something you could do that'll be just a little better for everybody. So thank you very much for that. How about a crowd yelling yay? I've got this one. And no, that's not it. We'll see. We'll find another sound that's not that annoying party horn. Okay, so today you were asking about what's on the schedule for today. Let me tell you, because that's what you're here for.
How does he do that?
It's magic. What we have is on Friday the Maya case had regular testimony. I think they had about 6 hours of testimony, divided in before lunch and after. So pretty much a full day, and then we were still catching up, and we also did something else. I don't remember what we did on Friday, but we might have taken a little bit of time off early. Anyway, there's one out there that says it's time to party. I'll look for that, or a woohoo. Anyway, we are going to catch up by watching Friday's testimony in the trial, because the trial is the court is not in session today. No, we're not going to miss anything. We'll just be completely caught up after today. So we're watching what happened on Friday in the Maya trial, and I have to tell you, it's heart wrenching. It really is. We're hearing the account of I believe the brother who found Maya's mom after she. Took her own life, and there's a 911 call involved. There's everything associated with that, and all the testimony. It's very emotional. For that reason, I would say we are going to play it, but I would say if you know that this is going to put you in a bad space, if this starts off your week and would be bad for you emotionally, mental health wise. This would be a good week or a good day to probably find something else to listen to, and I don't do that often. But I'm inviting you to watch something else if this would be a challenge. I would also ask that, because mindful of the fact that it could be very difficult for people, let's be extra kind in chat. I realize people have experiences here that are very tender, very personal. And it would be very, very easy to offend somebody unintentionally by sharing something, or even sometimes asking a question. I was talking to my wife, and I was saying, should we just have chat turned off for today? And I don't think I should do that. That's the community. That's how you guys talk to each other. But just bear that in mind, that we want to be really kind and give a lot of space. Today's not the day for any arguments. So if you don't like or do like something, let's save that for another day, because it's going to be tough. This is a family that lost their mother that we're hearing about, and we're basically reliving it and watching the kids relive it. And so if we can save our discussions about some of the topics that are going to be brought up today, probably for another day, where it doesn't have this this strong emotional testimony that's going on, even though this whole case is fairly difficult. So everyone take a deep breath. First of all, we're all friends here, and I appreciate everyone for being here. We're going to get through this, and it will be good, and I think we'll be better for it. I'm looking forward to seeing how justice plays out in this case. I'm looking forward to hearing all the evidence, because I don't know all the evidence, and so there's a lot of it's Rudy Patootie. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. So everyone breathe. Realize that we're all friends, and we'll get through this today. So I appreciate that, and I apologize. I got a little snappy last week, and I owe all of you an apology. So that's not me on my best behavior, and I'm sorry. I will do better. That said, let's see. YouTube has a lot of celebratory sound effects. They're all agitating. They're pretty bad. I think when I looked last time, the party horn was the best. Let's see, the best I could find. Hang on one second. Man, I was watching just before I went live. I was watching the news with those kids that intentionally ran over the cyclist. Turns out there were 3 cyclists they hit that day, and they filmed all 3 of them. Man, and the kid shows up there thinking he's just gonna get a slap on the wrist and waltz out of there, and that's not how it works. So anyway, here we go. I need to find the right video. That's not it. I think that was the other one. Hold tight, I'm getting there. Should have had this ready, but I didn't. There we go. Where are we at? We're going here. Here we go. I had a serious dad voice on. I should have used my own advice and been kinder in my words, and I apologize. I'll do better. Oh, the verdict on Friday. That was what we missed. We had a all-in-one-day trial, including a verdict. The verdict came in not
everybody.
guilty.
This is case number
not guilty on both counts.
2018 CA 5321, Jack Kowalski, etc. et al. versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Sir, let's take appearances, starting with claims.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney on behalf of claims.
Your Honor, Howard Hunter, on behalf of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, with me are Ethan Shapiro, Pat Krause, and David Hughes, and our corporate representative today is Dr. Turner from my left.
Well, let's discuss where we are and what you need from me this morning.
Your Honor, we see 3 issues. One, scheduling updates to the court for today. The second one is invocation of the rule, the court's ultimate ruling on that. Finally, exhibits. We have several of them. I think that most of the objections are as to cumulative, which we haven't introduced anything yet. I think the defense is just trying to make its
Did we already hear this one?
For later. But we can talk about that. So if the court wants, we can talk about scheduling first.
It's fine.
Okay. Judge, we had a difficult time with a witness last night and getting her in.
I'm on the wrong one.
In any shape to testify, Wendy Kowalski, who was going to take approximately 30 minutes.
Okay, hold on. Hold tight. This is what we watched last week. Sorry. Let's see. So 2 days ago. Do we watch the whole thing, or do we pause halfway through? Can somebody help me remember what we watched? We definitely didn't have anyone on the stand. Okay, I don't know what we had. We're gonna pick it up right here.
And we have one of the teachers, Maya's teacher, that knew her, saw her before, during, and after the hospitalization. So today will be mostly lay witnesses. And we did have a deposition to play, but we still have some controversy over that. Nothing big, just some editing. So that is the essence of it. And we apologize to the court. We did have backups.
That's right.
Started.
We stopped at the beginning. That's why it sounded familiar.
Well, as a general statement, if a witness is sick, given the number of people in this room, my view would be if we can delay that person's testimony until they're no longer sick, that's great. If we can't, then I think we should explore other means, i.e. possibly appearing via Zoom
Maya's
for
here.
it. But I don't want to bring people
Zoe is
into
here.
the building if they're sick. Just, I think that's for everyone's comfort.
We agree, Judge.
Okay, and so, I won't be offended if, we get to 4 o'clock and we're done for the day.
We've been working pretty hard, and I think we're doing okay. Second issue, the rule. Then the plaintiffs would like to, we can either withhold invoking the rule, or we can invoke the rule, but we would like to have an exception for named experts if it is such with Kyle Kowalski that he needs to stay out. We are going to break up his testimony in this way. We had planned to put him on as to the factual underpinnings and his knowledge of his sister's health, and then much later in the case put on his damages. However, we can do those more closely together, so not necessarily today, all of it, but we can put him on today and then him stay out for a while. So we can handle that part. And would then invoke the rule. Only exception is to name experts. And our position on this, Judge, is simply that under the rule, that experts are allowed to receive information about the evidence during trial as it bears on their testimony, because experts are the courts are aware.
Can you tell me what the discussions were? Was there any agreement between the parties on this?
Go ahead.
Ethan Shapiro, thank you, Your Honor. We have waived invoking the rule as to Kyle Kowalski, so he's welcome to be here through the duration of the trial. We would object to him appearing twice in the witness stand. It sounded like they were going to do that because we had invoked the rules. So now that we've rescinded that,
sorry, Ari, I was not kind.
You're good, Selena Kay. Thank you so much. Good to have you here.
There'd be no reason for him to have his testimony broken up. I'm happy to discuss the remainder. We do object to experts being accepted from the rule. I'm not aware of any evidentiary basis that would be the case. Their opinions are based on what happened with Maya Kowalski during a period of time. Those facts are set in stone. There's no reason they need to listen in on the testimony. That would obviously apply reciprocally to the defense.
Let me just say, we have Venus flytraps native to us about an hour away. They're not right in this neighborhood, but they're nearby.
It has been our experience repeatedly in Florida courts that Florida trial judges allow experts to remain in for portions of the case, particularly where there are specific parts of the case that bear on the expert's testimony. The court has wide discretion under 90.704. The expert's duty and responsibility is to examine the evidence, and it's much better if they hear it and see it in the courtroom than trying to discern the differences between a deposition or what we're telling them.
Well, with respect to Kyle Kowalski, since the defense has agreed, Kyle is allowed to stay if he wishes to be in the courtroom. With respect to the rule of sequestration, more generally, the whole point of the rule of sequestration is to make sure that a witness testimony isn't clouded by some other witness's testimony. Generally speaking, and when I'm going to use the expert word, I'm going to distinguish a fact witness who is also like a doctor who might be able to make certain opinion-based statements. But laying those aside, retained experts, those that are not fact-based witnesses, historically, courts will allow those individuals to remain excluded from the rule of sequestration because their testimony, they're going to be getting information from the lawyers about certain information anyway. And so the whole point of the rule of sequestration really doesn't apply to a traditional expert. So to the extent that there is an expert that is not a fact witness in this case, and I know that category is those individuals that, one side or the other is going to want to make various different pronouncements, but they are fact witnesses. If they are a fact witness, the rule of sequestration applies. So, that's fine. With respect to anything having to do with a traditional expert that's retained, that is not a fact witness, they would be outside the rule of sequestration and would be allowed to view the testimony if they so chose. Thank you. Mr. Shapiro.
Just briefly, Your Honor, we would respectfully request the plaintiff to give us the names of those people that he plans on observing the trial.
Aren't all of these the individuals that were identified as experts on the expert witness list, the most recent?
Yes, Your Honor. And the only other people that I think would be in controversy would be the treating physicians. I just understood the court's order is that the treating physicians
are not.
Right.
The treating physicians are under the rule of sequestration and may not observe. I guess the exception would be as if they're sitting as a corporate rep.
So that takes care of.
Just one comment on that. So we have contacting everybody we subpoena. It's a little different in that it's not like you can't come in the courtroom. We have to be able to tell them you can't watch court TV or YouTube or whatever. So, and we don't have control over a lot of them because they're lay witnesses or whatever we've subpoenaed, but we're contacting them. If we've subpoenaed them to say the court has ordered you cannot watch anything. Just let the court know. I've seen the plaintiff is doing the same.
Yeah, I need both sides to make their best efforts to.
Yeah, that's their responsibility to do that.
I mean, the art of the possible. What's the next issue?
Then, Your Honor, one other fact. We have no objection to rotating physicians or corporate representatives, rotating corporate representatives. We understand people have responsibilities. We do object, however, to rotating corporate representatives that are going to testify because that's really just backdooring in what the court just ruled on. And so if they have two or three that because of responsibilities they want to rotate through, no objection, but just make sure they've testified first before you rotate them in.
But, I was thinking about that last night. If they're going to rotate the corporate reps, that means they're only going to be here for perhaps a day, maybe 2 days. So effectively, they're not going to be exposed to the full gamut of the testimony that is otherwise provided. So, when they're here on that day, they're going to get to hear whatever is on that day. But if they're a corporate representative that is part of this rotation list and they were a treating doctor, then when they're not physically here, designated as the corporate representative for that day, that they will not be able to observe the trial. So we're not going to designate 40 people as corporate representatives and allow 40 people to watch the trial.
No, Sir, Your Honor. The way it's working is that there's probably a core of, I'm going to say 6 to 10 who have volunteered, asked, been compulsorily volunteered to rotate. And what we intended to tell them was if you're not here, if we could do it, what we intended to tell them was when you're not here, you can't watch.
If they are not here, they cannot watch. That is correct.
And now today, Dr. Perno, yesterday, Dr. Napolitano, both of them have been witnesses. Both of them have had their depositions designated and asked to testify via deposition. And on my list of questions about witnesses for plaintiffs is is it okay for at least those two, because I've used them thinking that that's safe thus far, and B, we do need to know who they want when to try to get them scheduled, and C, we've got one witness that's been subpoenaed who is out of town until next Wednesday, and who in any event lives in Panama City and is part of a rotating two-person practice who would have a great deal of hardship traveling. So I need to know about her. So
can we finish the rule of sequestration before we talk about witness scheduling? Let's just finish one topic before we go to the next one. So what I heard and is consistent with what I said, that if you've got a treating physician that's also going to be designated as a corporate rep, when that treating physician is here seating in the chair next to you, Mr. Hunter, as the corporate rep, that's fine. They can listen in. But if the treating doctor then goes back and is not here, they can't sign in and watch court TV or any of the other means of getting this trial.
Understood, Your Honor. Very well.
Do I understand that they intend to rotate up to 10 doctors through? If so, that's simply a matter of scheduling the right doctor for the right part of our case to make sure a doctor who would be commenting on that part of our case is here in the courtroom, and would defeat the rule. I don't mind, and we have no objection to a couple, 3 or 4, but 10 of them, that's not a corporate representative anymore. And we do not see the need, it's been expressed, why they would need to have that many. Presumably a doctor can get free for 4 days through the course of the next 6 weeks.
The plaintiffs got what they wanted. The son's able to be in court, but now they're still fighting against the rotating doctors.
Plaintiffs do not see the need for up to 10. That is the equivalent of us saying, can we bring in Dr. Hanna and Dr. Kirkpatrick one day, and Dr. Hanna another day, and Dr. Cantu another day, and Dr. Chopra another day, and just rotate them through. It's the same effect from the viewing of the evidence.
I'm comfortable with my ruling.
Yes, sir. All right. As to exhibits, Your Honor, with the first witness we have here.
No, I think Mr. Hunter had a scheduling issue.
Oh, okay.
And what I think he wanted is, because we know 3 days that we're going to have testimony next week, and I think he's looking for a little bit of foreshadowing as to which of the doctors that he needs to be working on now to get for you next week. Am I correct?
That's absolutely right, Judge.
What do we have for sure? Do we have till Saturday? Yes, it would be nice if we hadn't really thought through exactly the order, but we have, where's my list of doctors?
We've talked about this. They need, for the physicians, they're going to need, and even for some of the nurses, they're going to need a little bit of lead time. I know we've talked about at the lunchtime for the next day's witnesses, but we've also talked about, to the extent that you're going to want some of these doctors and nurses live, kind of give them a heads up so they can arrange for coverage for those doctors that are going to be pulled off of their rounds or whatever you want to call it.
Yes, sir.
We're going to try to cover this whole trial,
we'll
but if there's another big trial like Sarah Boone that interrupts, we're going to jump to that.
We just have a modified deadline for these physicians. If it's 96 hours, if it's
we know we've got 3 trial days next week for witnesses. Is there any way that you can say, hey, I think I'm going to do these 3, these 5, and this is generally the order? Is there any way you can do that?
at this moment,
or by maybe at the end of
by the end of the day, we can notify them if we're going to call any of these physicians next week.
It's going to last a couple of weeks, maybe 3.
Okay, what's the next issue?
The last issue on that, Judge, is one particular issue, one particular witness, Dr. Wofford, is out of the 100-mile radius. She's up in Panama City, and she's been deposed on videotape. I think both sides have designated excerpts for videotape playing. She is the recipient of plaintiff's trial subpoena, and if she is to testify, we'd like to be able to arrange it by Zoom, but I need to know for her benefit when and for real whether, and if they can let me know on the same time frame, that'll be fine.
Weather, yes. Zoom, probable.
Mika, this is from Friday.
As Dr. Wofford,
the court's not open today because
we could
it's
have at
Yom
least into
Kippur.
sometime tomorrow to make some decisions
Yom
on that,
Kippur.
but I don't see a problem with Zoom.
Was she going to be next week?
I doubt it.
Yeah, so. But it sounds like this particular witness will need a little bit of extra coordination, so.
That's what you said, Judge, is fine. We can work with that.
Great.
But I would like to know next week. So that's. Thank you.
Next issue.
We have a few exhibits that we expect to come in this morning. I can give the exhibit base number and the description and what we understand to be the objection. I don't
Not
think that
only
there
are
are that
they
many to
living
work
it,
through
they
very
have fought for
quickly.
years to get to this point.
An
Thank
example
you for doing this trial, raising awareness.
Court would like is the is 2615, the audio 9/11 call recording from January 8th, 2017.
Let's do one at a time. And I'm assuming you're only going to give me things that were not agreed to?
Correct.
Okay, so
The delivery style of
2615,
this defense
9/11
attorney.
call.
Judge, it's the 9/11 call.
He doesn't
and I
show much
understand
emotion.
The court has already ruled that it would come in, but we need to state our objection on the record. Further, we believe that if they're going to play that with Kyle as the witness, that's a
No.
9403. If they're not playing it with any witness, then we would object to it coming in just on its own being played. We assumed that it would come in with Jack, Mr. Kowalski, if it was going to come in. So, but we
Remind me
object.
who made the call. Was it Mr.
Mr.
Kowalski or was
Kowalski.
it the brother?
Mr. Kowalski made the call.
Robert Rhines is going to be there, and he was right there at the time. Can observe it. It's obviously an 803, 2 or 3 exception. They didn't object on that basis, simply 403, and we're not putting it in through Kyle Kowalski.
So you're putting it in through Bayada's
Jack.
brother?
Yes,
Jack's brother, Your Honor.
Jack's brother. Sorry,
Jack's brother.
Who? Yes, Your Honor.
he was
So
a
they're talking about-
eyewitness.
We're going to have
And
the
he
911
was the
call
one
played, and they're
and
saying
was
who it
able
can,
to testify
who the evidence
as
can,
to the emotional state at the time, and
who can bring it in.
And it's evident on the recording.
Judge, our only other comment is that we would request that it only be allowed to be played once during the trial.
Well,
Whoa.
let's take that up if we.
Yeah.
I don't foresee it, but again, I may want to play it in closing. I may want to play it other places.
Well, okay, we'll get that when we get there, Judge.
as far as publishing it to the jury during trial time, let's tend to try to only publish things once. I mean, if there's a specific particularized need, then maybe we can consider republishing something. But generally speaking, to keep this case moving, publishing to the jury once is sufficient.
The
because
judge
they'll
is saying they
have
can't
the
replay this 911 call for
90
many different
finders
witnesses.
or
'cause it's
whatever
very,
ultimately
very
gets
emotional.
in of evidence.
Judge, so just to preserve the record, do we need to object again at the time?
I am comfortable at this time making a definitive ruling that the 911 call is coming in. I can't tell you how to
Well, we'll just stand up and object here.
practice, yeah. But I'm making
Can't tell you how to practice.
clear and unequivocal ruling.
Can't tell you how to do your
that
job.
it's coming in.
So this 911 call is the call that was received when the family members found Maya's mother after she had taken her own life.
It is exhibit
It's a tough call.
2634. It is described as, excuse me, I'm sorry, it's 2616. It is audio. It is simply Maya coughing, demonstrating obviously the degree of coughing the defendants have raised is relevant material. The defendants have raised and through their records have challenged whether her coughing was a somatic, that is made up, versus whether it was a true physiological cough. The evidence is probative of that.
Wait a second. You want to put on a audio of Maya Kowalski coughing. Which witness are you using to bring it in?
Kyle Kowalski, and he can be heard on it stating only "stay strong," which of course would be an exception to the hearsay rule under either a spontaneous statement, 1, 2, cited utterance, or 3, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition of self or others.
Judge, first of all, I'm not sure what issue it goes to. Secondly, who's going to be judging whether that cough is real or what's caused by? The jury's not competent to do that. So it's the relevance. It's 2 minutes of coughing. I thought it was actually Kowalski on the video that says, "Be strong. Are you cold? Do you want to wrap up in my sweater?" type of comments are on the video, but it's relevance. There's no, yeah.
Well, the relevance I'll overrule with respect to, is there a foundation through Kyle Kowalski? Is he going to be able to authenticate this cough as to when it was and all that good stuff?
Yes.
Okay, well, assuming that that's it, I'm fine. Now, are there extraneous statements besides what you just said to stay strong?
The only one I'm familiar with was Kyle saying, "I stay strong." I don't recall any others of what counsel's saying.
The only other one I heard, Judge, I thought it was, again, Ms. Kowalski saying, "Be strong," and then, "Are you cold? Do you want to wrap up in my sweater?" Those are the only 2 comments I recall.
Are those comments? I mean, do I need to listen to this?
Yes.
It's
Yep.
2 minutes.
If you would like, Judge.
I don't. I mean, we're now down to 19 minutes. I don't know how much more we've got.
I don't think that the cough itself is even hearsay, and none of those statements are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They were simply spontaneous statements from Maya exhibiting what can only be called an unusual and rather horrific cough. If you want to listen to it, I certainly can let the court listen to it, but I don't think it's necessary. It falls within, and they didn't even raise an exception, I don't think. Well, yeah, they did. They raised hearsay and 403.
Am I going to have to listen to every
Judge, I'm
call?
pretty confident that was on there. There's those 2 comments by Mrs. Kowalski.
Well,
It's a 30-second clip, Your Honor. We can play it for you.
go ahead and play it.
Oh, 2 minutes. Well, maybe it's not even on that thing because the whole thing is over 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're starting at 106, as we pointed out.
Oh, okay. I've missed that.
We cut out everything other than that.
Lots of lawyering going on here.
Be strong.
That's all we need, Your Honor.
So it sounds like 2 different people saying "be strong" or "stay strong" or whatever.
I think one was Kyle and one was Mrs.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection and allow 2616.
Yes, Your Honor.
No court today.
Now,
Court's off today.
as a point of clarification,
This is from Friday.
you're publishing a certain amount, but are you trying to move into evidence something greater? And the reason why I'm asking is we're going to have, I saw that there was a bunch of thumb drives that have, I'm assuming, the audio on them. And so we need to be very clear for not only appellate purposes, assuming this case ever goes up on appeal, but if the jury ever requests to hear something, that if there's something greater than what is actually admitted on a flash drive, we'll be able to deal with that. So
We're fine admitting that 20 seconds that was just played and submitting an altered exhibit to cut out the rest.
I'm informed 2 things. First is we can provide counsel with an identical copy of it so that they can hear it. The second thing is that each jump drive does not have multiple points of evidence on it. It just has a single point.
right, but in this particular case, it sounded like the recording started at 2 minutes, and now you're playing a subset of that.
Correct.
And so what we either need to do is for you to give us a flash drive that has just the subset that is being admitted into evidence, or we need to be absolutely clear that this starts at minute 106 and ends at minute 118 or whatever, so that the clerk will be able to annotate what is in evidence.
Loretta, thank you. Good to have you here.
We prefer that second option. That makes it much easier on us to annotate.
And I'm telling you, the clerk's going to prefer the first option.
Okay, well, we'll leave it to the court.
Well,
plus the first option.
What this also means is, because when the jury goes to deliberate, if the drive has anything beyond what is actually admitted, we will not be able to send that back to the jury room. And if they need to hear it, they'll have to request it, and then we'll have to bring everybody in here and then just play that.
I think, understanding the court's instruction, we can swap out, if the court and defense counsel are so obliged, and Madam Clerk is so obliged, on this one, a substitute exhibit that will simply have this short piece, and for the remainder of them, we will ensure that we cut down and bring into the court's attention and counsel a substituted, abbreviated one, which I don't think we have many more that are, if any, abbreviated.
I'm just, that is the issue, the logistical issue that we'll have to work through, so that the jury is not given things inadvertently, because it's captured on a flash drive that is something that was not admitted into evidence.
Understood, Judge.
Okay, so I will allow that portion in, and it sounds like we're going to get a substituted flash drive. What's next?
Robert Rines has a note. It is at 2407. Counsel. It is a recorded recollection under 8035 regarding a position taken by the hospital, and essentially, I don't know if they call it a direct quote of the hospital, but this documents exactly what happened at the time. It is dated November 3rd, 2018. 16. I'm sorry, my eyesight. 16. And we would move to admit it under both 3, 4, and 5 of 803.
Who is Robert Rines?
Robert Rines is brother to Jack Kowalski. He is going to testify here. He can testify to the foundation precedent. He was one of the few people that was approved to see Maya, and he can document a number of different issues in the case. He will be testifying.
Defense wants to talk.
He can testify to the foundation and predicate of why he made the statement, why he decided to write it down.
Ms. Crowells.
Yes, Your Honor. There's several problems with this document. First of all, this is a document that is regarding whether or not Mr. Rines has visitation and was approved for visitation by DCF during the time that Ms. Maya was in the hospital. As this court has said on multiple occasions, we are not retrying the DCF case. It has no relevance to any of the issue that is being tried in front of this jury. Secondly, the document itself contains multiple hearsays within hearsay. He's talking about what people have told him, the DCF workers have told him with regard to whether or not he can be there. Third, recorded recollection doesn't come in unless the witness specifically says they don't remember something, and then you ask them, can I show you something to refresh their memory? And they say, even that won't do it. And then the recorded recollection can come in. So it's not a recorded recollection, but more importantly, frankly, Judge, it doesn't have anything to do with the issues in front of this judge. It's all about whether or not he had visitation rights with DCF. And everything in here is him repeating what other people have told him. The document is hearsay. The content is hearsay. It should not be admissible.
It's a strong argument.
At this time, the court concludes the document is hearsay without exception that would make it admissible.
And regardless of admissibility, may it be used to refresh the recollection of the witness as to the date and the gist of the conversation, so long as it's limited to statements made as party admissions by the hospital.
Judge, the statements within here are not by the hospital. The statements are by a DCF worker telling him what the hospital told the DCF worker.
That's an admission.
That's clearly hearsay, and again, it goes to issues that are not in front of this court.
Well, as to the issues of DCF, they clearly opened the door in their opening by blaming DCF and citing to court orders as their basis for defense.
Okay, well, let's be clear here. DCF is not a party, and if you're trying to suggest that the hospital is the agent of DCF, you would have had to have had DCF.
No,
and are you suggesting that DCF was working for the hospital?
No.
So I don't see how an agency theory would allow those types of statements in.
We're more concerned about the statements to the hospital or by the hospital than we are anything else.
The statements.
It's not. Excuse me. Go ahead.
The statements they're alleging are statements that supposedly a DCF worker said to Mr. Rhines, saying the hospital told me this, Mr. Rhines. It's not a direct statement, hospital to Mr. Rhines. It's clearly hearsay. And they opened the door in their opening when they tried to say that we were responsible for the fact that Maya was separated from her family when the DCF.
Well, this document is hearsay. I do not see an exception at this time that would allow it to come in. You asked the question is, can this document be used to refresh the recollection of the witness? If the witness needs it, then certainly, and I do have the capability of turning off the monitors associated with the jury, if we're going to do that. But you need to be very clear about this is why you're trying to show it to the witness.
Understood.
Okay.
That's frustrating for defense because it backdoors the
information. A sheet of paper that you could hand to the witness for that particular issue.
We do.
Yeah. And then just make sure we go through the routine of showing it to the other side before you hand it to the witness, if this witness actually needs it to refresh his recollection.
I think I understand.
So 2407 is not admissible at this time.
Not even considering the serious issues at the root of this trial.
Is 2634.
The lawyering is going to be incredible.
It is audio. It is begins at 2:58 again. We'll have to cut this. Well, actually, I think the exhibit starts. Kelly, does it start at 2:58, and is there any more than that?
It starts at 2:58.
All right, the exhibit starts at 2:58. I understand there's nothing more before 2:58.
There is.
All right, so it has not been included on the drive.
We'll fix the drive.
All right, we have to fix the drive then and substitute on, Madam Clerk, on 2634. We will have to edit so that it begins only at 2:58. Apparently there's something on there before that. This is an audio tape of Jack yelling, purportedly at Beata. It's at October 13th, 2016, and Kyle Kowalski can be heard in the background. It is quite powerful, and by any stretch of the imagination, it is a spontaneous
So these are
statement.
statements by Mr. Jack Kowalski and Mr. Kyle Kowalski. Is there anybody from the hospital in these statements?
No.
No, Judge, it's an argument between Mr. Kowalski and Mrs. Kowalski that Kyle overhears and makes some comments. It's an argument between. I don't understand how it comes in. It's hearsay, clear hearsay.
It is clearly an exception because by the tone of it, it is an excited utterance by Jack Kowalski concerning the denial of the ability to see Maya on that day when they come home, and he yells when he finds out. It's also a spontaneous statement about that, and it's also a then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition, his state of mind, intent, plan, motive, or pain.
I've listened to this one before. There's no exception that applies here. I'm going to sustain the hearsay objection. 2634 is not coming in at this time.
Okay.
What's next? Because we have 6 minutes.
He's like, okay. Jury comes in 6 minutes. The judge has said this is where it's going to be.
There is at 2363-001 is a handwritten note from Kyle Kowalski at age. We have one other basis, Your Honor, on the hearsay that we'd like the court to consider. I should have cited it before. And throughout all of these, we are standing on 804, paren 2, paren F, statement offered against party that was wrongfully caused or acquiesced in the declarant's unavailability. That includes death, and it does not require any criminal matter. It simply requires an issue in the case as to whether or not a party wrongfully caused or acquiesced in the unavailability of a declarant, which would be Beata Kowalski.
Assume Beata Kowalski was with us. It's still hearsay without an exception. So I'm going to.
It's a waiver.
I'm going to continue.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Because Beata Kowalski couldn't come up and testify as to the statement that her husband made. You can't put that in. I mean, perhaps the hospital could, but not.
She couldn't testify to his, but hers.
She's not suing her husband.
I understand. It's not an admission, Judge. I'm not alleging that's admission. I would allege that as to Beata Kowalski, once we have 804-2F, then I'm alleging that her response to being yelled at is most definitely an excited utterance or a statement of then physical condition.
Starbucks is in the house.
It's still out.
Still out.
Then we go to 2363-001.
This audio is all over the
Kyle's
place.
Handwritten note about trying to help Maya. It is objected to by the defense as hearsay. Again, I'm not sure it is hearsay. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is more likely that, not likely, but this is more a then existing mental, emotional, physical condition, which includes a plan or intent, which in this instance, if you read it, what he's trying to figure out here is whether or not he can use Shopkins or get Shopkins through to his sister. And it also documents at the time his knowledge of what they were preventing his sister from doing.
Judge, first of all, hearsay. The document itself is hearsay. Secondly, it's based on hearsay. So any knowledge he has about whether they won't let her have her phone or they won't let her have her computer is based on statements that presumably Maya told him. It's not based on any type of personal knowledge. The document is hearsay. It's based on hearsay.
This note went to whom?
The note was intended to go to the hospital, actually.
Judge, he has no personal knowledge of any of these facts.
Observe these things.
They both argue the exact same thing. One says he has no personal knowledge.
He personally observed them. But
the other says
hearsay.
Personally observed.
I agree with Ms. Corwell that the document itself is hearsay, and I do not see an exception to the hearsay rule that would make this in this light.
Okay, well,
defense is winning a lot of these battles.
To make clear then, this is exactly the concern I had going into this, that at the outset, we hereby withdraw any stipulations as to any medical records we previously stipulated to agree to.
Mr. Anderson.
I understand. Stating it for the record.
I mean, we previously made agreements. They've been
Oh my goodness.
made over and over in open court. I have been on the parties for months to try to force these exhibit issues, and
they want to
now
take
we're
the ball and
2
go
minutes
home.
before the jury comes in, and some of these you're showing me for the very first time with issues when this should have been resolved months ago. Now, I'm sorry that you felt like you had thousands of exhibits and are trying to pare it down, but I've been asking you for a long time to do that, and you just haven't done it.
We did do it to the essential ones, Judge. We just never received any objections ever about these things until the last minute.
Okay,
Judge, that's just an untrue statement.
Let's everyone just take 30 seconds, because in 30 seconds, I'm going to ask the jury to come in. So at this point in time, everyone needs to take a few deep breaths, focus.
So did the judge
on
deny him to withdraw
witnesses
all
that
the
we've got coming
stipulated
up, 'cause
agreements?
It's now 9 o'clock.
Judge is playing hardball. The lawyering
And
is...
Mr. Anderson, when you're ready, and Ms. Troyles or Mr. Shapiro, I don't know who's...
The lawyering
who's
has
gonna
been
be
crazy.
on deck for this witness.
Defense is ready.
You're supposed to not see that Mrs. R.A. is crawling behind my chair right now, looking for a book right beside me. Okay, this is crazy. The lawyers, basically, defense won almost all the battles today, the evidentiary battles, because of hearsay rules for the most part. A little bit of prejudice over prejudicial over probative. But they won most of these battles, and after defense won all these battles, the plaintiff's judge or lawyer just says, okay, then, based on me losing all these fights, I'm going to withdraw everything we agreed to that would help them out. We're going to make them fight for every single document they're going to introduce, all the medical records. They're going to have to, instead of just saying, yes, we accept that these are the medical records and you can present them in court, you have to lay foundation.
Wait, let me bring the jury in. Yeah, let's bring in the jury.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Be Kind Tiger says, "Can we watch Mrs. R.A. crawl out?" She's right here. I'm sorry, Zoe. Hey, Zoe. I can't have water down there by my feet. That's not good. I'm like tucked into the desk as far as I can. You can just walk behind me. It's all right. No water in here, but okay.
I've got the jury coming in right now.
We have some. Are you objecting to all of these? The Black Parade, the homecoming. There's no audio on.
Okay, they're still talking about objections as the jury is walking in. The judge is going to be ticked off. I don't know what the ruling was about the withdrawn stipulations. I'm not sure if the judge denied accepting their withdrawal, saying, sorry, this was agreed to in open court months ago. There's Maya making eye contact with the jury as they come in and see each other, probably for the first time here as testimony begins. They've only seen the opening statements thus far, but this is going to be, this is where they get to see her while things are presented. So not the first time. This is day 2 for them, I guess. P for Will, this is a tough one to describe.
Seated, everybody.
This is a civil case.
Just make sure you grab the red well that you had yesterday. Like I said, you're free to move about and change seats if you want. So just always make sure you get the correct red well with your own personal notes. I want to confirm, while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Yes. Thank you very much. And we're going to start with witnesses today. Are you ready to call your first witness, Mr. Anderson?
We are, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So there's a...
We'll be providing a foundation for one video that we were not able to reach an agreement on, so I'll provide the foundation for the court. Brandon Woodward.
So they're still trying to lawyer. The judge has almost rolled his eyes at him there. It's like, we didn't get to talk about this one, so we're just going to lay the foundation and I'm going to play it. So there are going to be some objections here. It's going to get spicy.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give over the truth of the
Please state your name for the record.
Brandon Woodward.
And where do you live?
In Stonewalk subdivision in Venice.
And have you been called here as a neighbor of the Kowalskis based on your observation of Maya and certain other matters? And tell us a little bit about yourself. Where were you born?
Sykesville, Maryland, right outside Baltimore.
Did you go to school there?
I went to, yes, born and raised, and moved down to Venice until 2007.
Okay. You go to college there?
Yes, Mount St. Mary's University.
And when did you move to Florida?
2007.
Before that, tell us, was it for a job, or what was your first job there?
So my first, kind of convoluted, but I had an outside sales position with a fiber optic company that I'm still with, and I was there for about 2 years working for that company, and we relocated the company to Sarasota. So that's what brought my wife and I down here.
Okay. And so how long have you lived in the state?
Since 2007.
Obviously. Okay. And how far do you live away from the Kowalskis?
4 houses. 4 doors down.
Tell us about the community Stonewalk. About how many houses? How big is it?
It's around 70 houses. It's one big loop, so there's no through traffic. Everybody takes walks. Everybody knows each other. Very friendly community. It's kind of kept us there for a long time.
What road is it off again? It's off of...
it's off Venice Avenue.
That's right. And do you know a lot of the neighbors there in addition to the Kowalskis?
I think we know every single neighbor. There's maybe 1 or 2 that are snowbirds that don't live often. There's maybe 1 or 2 rental homes, but I'd say like 95% of the neighbors, we all know each other very well.
All right. And is there, do you keep in touch through things like a group chat or other?
So, yeah, there's several ways we keep in touch. There's a group, there's a neighborhood email, so the HOA uses that, or, anybody can use it really just to send bulk emails out to contact people. And then we have another, I think it's called the Nextdoor app. A lot of people use to send out information.
Do you remember when the Kowalskis moved down? 2014?
Yes.
How long did it take before you got to know
them? Days, probably. Jack, the whole family was always outside. Jack, I have to drive right by their house to get to my house. So every time we're driving in or out, Jack was always outside doing some kind of work, always had a smile on his face, always waving. Kyle was always outside playing with other kids, football a lot.
And did you have kids?
I have 2 young kids, yes.
How old are they?
Well, they're currently 12 and 10, but act 30.
So, and did they play with the Kowalski kids, or did they play with the Kowalski kids once you got to know them back then?
So when the Kowalskis first moved in, my kids were very little. So depending on the month we're talking about, going on around 2 or 4. So they were kind of more the annoying little kids wanting to play with the big kids.
Right.
But they tried.
Okay. And so did you socialize with the Kowalskis once you got to know them?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of the different things that you did with them, either just them or with other neighbors, so that they have a feeling for how well you knew them.
So we became very good friends with them very quickly, and I can't tell you an exact day or how it happened. There's on our street, when you pull into the neighborhood, there was probably about 5 houses of neighbors, of couples. We became very close. So when we'd have get-togethers on the weekend or a barbecue or kids swimming in the pool and adults sip on wine, it was pretty often. So it just kind of happened where they were included into that group very quickly. I don't necessarily have a day, but...
That's all right. About how many times a week, once they moved in 2014, about how many times a week did you see them?
Well, you would see them every day. And stop and talk to them when you're out walking the dog or taking a walk with kids or kids riding bikes or every day.
And then, so they know, did this include both Jack and Beata Kowalski?
Yeah, so we're in Florida, so the weather's always nice. So most evenings where Jack was outside finishing up some kind of project around the house, Maya's coming and going outside. Kyle, like I said, was usually playing with other boys, like football or baseball. They played sometimes too. And Beata would be staying at a bench, which is still there to this day, out front on the front porch driveway. Beata was out there oftentimes with either coffee and her laptop or wine and a book, or pretty common occurrence.
And holidays. Well, strike that. Would you say you saw them how many times a month, maybe for a social occasion?
Probably at least, so you got roughly 4 weekends in the month, so probably at least 2 of those.
And did you socialize as a couple?
Yeah, it was a lot of couple hangouts.
And what is your wife's name?
Christine.
Now, were Christine and Beata friends as well?
Yes.
And did they do things together?
I wouldn't say separately, just the 2 of them. It was
couple and couples.
Yeah, we didn't leave the neighborhood much because we didn't have to. So it'd be rare for us to go out to dinner or something like that. But it was usually we'd hop between those couple of houses on who would host some sort of get together.
And did that include holidays?
Yes.
All right. And tell us, was there an event for 4th of July? If there's so, describe it.
Every year, one of the neighbors would host the big 4th of July kind of block party, driveway party. So whoever was hosting might tweak it or change it a little bit. But Jack did it for two years in a row. So Jack has a huge tent that neighbors would help put up that basically covers an entire driveway to get shade. And then all the neighbors would come over. Everybody would bring a dish, cooler of beer, wine, and sodas and waters. And, you know, it was a huge cookout potluck.
Sounds like a pretty involved neighborhood.
And then during these, the bike parade, was there generally a parent that would take video of it for everyone?
Multiple. And then there's a couple of retirees in the neighborhood as well that also would record.
All right, and have I previously shown you what has been identified as 2528-1.29, which is exhibit number, that is the exhibit number, from the July 3rd, 2015 bike parade?
The video and a picture,
yes. All right. And so first we have a photograph, and that's been agreed to by council?
Yes.
The first photograph, and if we could show that, please. And that is, Kelly, can you identify the specific one? There you are. Okay.
Let's get it into evidence first.
Yes. Sorry, Judge. Move to admit trial exhibit.
Was that an objection?
2528.
I'm going to count that one.
-1.29. Photograph.
I'm building an objection
July
counter
3rd,
right now.
2015, a neighborhood bike parade.
No cash.
The court receives that exhibit.
And may we publish?
Yes.
So, who's this?
On the bike in the middle, that's Maya.
Okay. And approximately what time of day was this?
It was blazing hot. 6 p.m. We had a bike parade for the kids where they decorate their bikes and do a lap around the neighborhood. And
okay. And was she moving fairly well from what you observed?
Perfectly normal.
And do you know who that is there to, I guess, her left, our right?
Kyle.
Okay. He usually does not wear that beard?
He might still sometimes, but I have not seen it on him.
All right. So let me also ask you about proposed exhibit 2692. There's a video of July 3rd, 2016 of a neighborhood bike parade. It's approximately 1.5 minutes before. Can we please show it to the court?
Is this in evidence?
This is not in evidence. It is only 1 minute if the court could see it, and I'll further with the predicate.
Members of the jury, I'm going to need to send you back into your room for a few moments. Do not discuss this case.
We're up to 2 objections so far.
Investigation and receive no information.
All rise for his exit.
Okay, we're trying to build an objection counter. Give me just 1 minute to have this ready. I'm guessing Judge is going to be a little frustrated.
The jury's out of our presence.
Now, Mr. Woodward, you've previously seen this video 2692. You were
Yes.
showing it yesterday, and it was represented to you to be the video of July 3rd, 2016.
Yes.
Are you in this video?
Yes.
Does this fairly and accurately depict the scene on that day, including the Kowalski children and you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's Maya right there driving the
golf cart.
Golf cart?
Yes.
Right. And then you are coming up here in the gray T-shirt in the back.
Yes, gray shirt, black shorts.
Is there any audio on this video?
No.
Your Honor, there is audio. Would you like me to turn it up? I did not have permission to.
I don't need it unless it's just people going by and saying hi.
Okay, but we need to think this through. If there is audio on it and you're seeking to admit the entire clip, then I need to hear it, because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the jury only sees and has access to what is actually admitted.
Understood, Your Honor. May we replay it with the audio?
Following you back, Your Honor, with your permission.
Play it with the audio, please.
And that is Jack Kowalski there taking photographs of the crime.
Why don't you just stop saying this?
Is that too crooked for anybody? I'm going to cap the limiter on this because we're getting some loud noises as well. So hopefully it won't hurt anybody's ears.
Ms. Croyles, what's the objection?
Judge, objection is relevance. Most of the people on the video aren't a witness or relevant to anything. Cumulative. They're already putting in a photo of Maya on her bike. I'm not sure the purpose of it, to be honest.
I'll go ahead and overrule the relevance objection. Anything else before we bring back the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Have I also previously shown you a video of a homecoming? And are you objecting to this, counsel, the 2710, the homecoming video?
No, we advised you last time. No objection.
No objection to that. All right. And then the 2692 video from July 3rd, 2016, Neighborhood Bike Parade. Is there an objection to that?
Isn't that what you
I'm sorry.
showed?
Let's see, I showed the 26.
I think at one point we get direct video feed to the camera system.
Okay.
Can we show
instead of an angle shot
2582 to the court, please? And the photo with the misuse sign. There you go.
Judge.
So
we need to be clear about what we're showing, not do a whole bunch at one time. So which one are you asking for at this moment?
This is what I'm asking for, Your Honor, because
This one being what number?
2582-003 provided to the other side yesterday, and they didn't object to the series of photos here except to this photograph. So that's why I'm bringing it to the court's attention.
Judge, to be clear, we agreed to the video showing the homecoming, which goes on for, I don't know, a minute or so, maybe it's seconds. Then they showed us 7 photographs of the homecoming. And we said, pick 2 of them instead of 7. You're already showing the video. Secondly, we specifically just objected to this this frame, relevance, but 403. But there were 7 photographs. We said pick 2, and we don't object to you showing the video of the same thing.
Is that correct? So you have a video plus a couple photos already of the same homecoming party?
Correct, Your Honor. We have a video, and we have these 7 photographs, and they objected to this photograph.
We said pick 2 of the 7, and we object to this number 3, and we don't object to the video.
And we'd like this to be one of the 2.
So any problem with this being one of their 2?
Yes, they don't like
what
that.
number is this?
Now, this raises an issue, counsel. if there's a series but only a couple of them are coming into evidence, we need to be very specific for the clerk.
Okay, we have 2582, which is homecoming sign, and we have, which is 003, and we have 2582. What is the other one?
002.
002. Do I need to lay a predicate on any of those that you're agreeing to? No, obviously. Okay. All right.
No,
so
they
we
agree to it,
have
doesn't need to
then.
lay predicate.
I think I heard you over you.
And there's a, for demonstrative purposes, there is a photo of the interior of the Kowalski's home, which is marked as number 2788. And that is simply for demonstrative aid. It is not being moved into evidence.
No objection.
So, what perhaps would be easiest when we bring the jury back in, what is the video number again?
It is 2692.
Now he's talking right into the microphone. No, it's not, Your
That's
Honor.
the homecoming
92
video.
is the bike parade we just.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the video here.
I'm sorry, the one that I just watched, of all the kids on the bikes.
Okay.
So what number is that?
That is
2692.
2692.
What I will do is I will admit that document, or sorry, that video into evidence. Then why don't I ask for any other agreed exhibits so you can announce all of the ones that are agreed to, so we don't have to keep doing that every time.
If you guys can keep me on my toes, make sure I catch all the objections.
Let's make sure
Sounds like
agrees.
sometimes they don't say objection. They
So we
just
have
start talking.
2692, the court ruled. We have 2582-002 and 003. We have then homecoming video 2710, which has been agreed to.
Just from people's posts.
And I think that, and previously marked into evidence was the bike parade photos from 2015. The video is from 2016.
So,
but I have some predicate before that.
I didn't follow the last two, Your Honor.
Neither did I. All I'm asking are what are the numbers that are agreed to? That's all I want to hear.
This is going to take
any
forever.
other discussion. Just
Oh
what
my
are the
goodness.
numbers?
Yes, please.
Sorry, Your Honor. 2528-129.
2528 dash what?
129.
129.
That was admitted already. We have 2692, which was admitted over their objection. 2582, we are going to use -002 and -003. And 2710.
Okay.
And then as a demonstrative aid only, not for admission, is 2788.
The real work gets done by this lady in
Mr.
back.
Anderson, after I make the ruling on 2692, you can then say, move in those other numbers, and then the defense can say no objection, and I'll admit them.
Okay.
Anything else before I bring the jury in?
Yes, I believe that, yeah. 2528129 is already in evidence, so I don't think we need to announce that, do we?
I know we missed all the objections during the openings. I'm not sure how many were there. If you guys can agree on a number, we can add those in. We have about 6 hours of video today, and I think there's a lunch in there as well, so we're going to skip the lunch. So we're going to have a little over a half day of viewing.
Okay. Please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? Yes. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and receive into evidence Exhibit 2692. Mr. Anderson.
Also move into evidence 2582-002 2582-003 and 2710.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, court receives 2582-002, 2582-003, and 2710. You may continue, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, we had, I believe, just shown you this photo of the neighborhood bike parade with Kyle and his beard. Did something happen? Strike that. Before we get into that, tell us about Jack Kowalski from your perspective as a neighbor. What kind of man is he?
You probably couldn't ask for a better neighbor. Man. So I think if you asked him for the Jack, I just need the shirt off your back, he'd probably give it, no questions asked. But he's done a lot of things for me, a lot of things for a lot of neighbors. Just, well, I think that's kind of how he kicked off his painting business. Not business, but helping people paint their houses, interior, exterior. Somebody would see him doing work at somebody's house, and they'd ask, "Hey, I need help doing this." Especially a lot of the older neighbors, but always willing to help out, always around to help out.
Would you describe? I'm sorry. Would you describe Jack as somebody that wears his heart on his shoulder, or is more quiet and stoic?
Oh no.
No, it's alternative.
He says no. The judge doesn't rule.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely hard on his shoulder.
Okay. And in terms of being able to, well, strike that. And tell us about Beata.
The first and biggest word that comes to my brain is strong. She was a very strong person, strong personality, but very fun to be around, very loving. I have a good handful, rather, of stories of her kind of needling and joking with me specifically on some little things that I'll always remember. But great person, loved her family.
Good sense of
all the
humor.
neighbors.
Do you have a good sense of humor?
Yes.
Now, and what about Maya? Up until July 3rd, 2015, did she appear to be a healthy child to you?
Yes.
Move well?
Yes. She was always out and about doing something.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to July 3rd, 2015, the neighborhood bike parade. Now, either that evening or the next day, was there an event that occurred involving Maya Kowalski that was unusual from your perspective?
Etched in my brain forever. So it was actually the night, that evening after the bike parade, and we got back to Jack's house. The whole neighborhood was there doing the potluck dinner thing and barbecue. I can't recall what time it was. It was dark. It was in the earlier evening. I went into Jack's house to use the bathroom, and when you walk in the front door, he's got a very wide open, grand living floor plan.
Do we have a photo of that for demonstrative aids only, Your Honor?
Here comes an objection.
Members of the jury, I understand that this photo is going to be a demonstrative aid. This photo is actually not going to be received into evidence.
So if you could describe a little bit what was going on.
The front door is actually just slightly to the left of the pillar you see, which is where I walked in. And there was a handful of people over by the bar stools you see. On to the right of those bar stools is the kitchen area. There was a couple parents in and around the area. I don't recall exactly how many, 4 or 5, not many. And as soon as I walked in, I heard what was it's a very difficult noise to describe. It sounded like almost gasping panic, but somebody being insanely hurt at the same time.
Did it sound like a child or sound like an animal?
It sounded like a kid. I almost thought it was a kid trying to make a terrifying noise. And I kind of chuckled like, what is that? And then I realized the look on these other adult faces was not panic, but,
Was this the reaction when...
It was a reaction of fear of not knowing what to do. And then I realized it was a child, so I figured this was not my business or my place. Something was going on that was pretty serious, and I just slowly backed out of the house.
Did you see whether Maya was on the floor at that point?
I couldn't visually see her. Okay. I saw Jack kind of hustling about in that area, and I just assumed it was one of his kids, but I did not visually see.
Did you later learn that that was in fact Maya?
Yes.
So, from that photo we saw then during the parade a few hours earlier to this time, over the course of how many hours would you say it was?
Purely guessing, 3, 2.5.
So you observed Maya moving around well, and then knowing, but hearing her on the floor with that sound.
Yes.
Right. What happened after that?
I believe Beata took her to a hospital or a doctor. Jack stayed back.
Did you?
And then a lot of the neighbors kind of started to filter out. We all kind of knew something had happened. There was a big cleanup involved at the party. And that's my last recollection of that night.
Put a big damper on the party.
Pretty much.
Okay. And when was the next time that you saw or heard from Maya?
I can't exactly recall. I just remember her being back at the house. I don't necessarily have a specific timeline of.
Was this a matter of months, say around Christmas of 2015, or?
Well, after that event happened, everybody was checking in on them. How's Maya? What's going on? And kind of the answer was, we don't really know. So I think it's just something you do as parents. How's your kid? You constantly ask and check in. I revert back to, our kids were at the bus stop at the same time too. Right. So when you walk down to the bus stop, or just we take our dog out for a walk, they're always outside.
Just got an Amber Alert from
what's going on? How
Asheboro,
are you?
North Carolina.
How's Maya?
If anyone's in the area, please check out that alert.
Just for the reference point of July 4th time period up to Christmas and after, did you ever see Maya out? And if you did, was she walking or was she in?
No. Wheelchair is all I remember. And if we were at Jack's house, inside the house, there wasn't walking. She'd use her arms to move around and kind of crawl up to, onto a couch, onto a seat. There wasn't.
Okay. And so did there come a time when you saw or understood that the Kowalskis were leaving for Mexico for treatment?
Yeah, so I can't remember the exact timeline, a little bit later in the year. They had a doctor that was helping Maya. They were very hopeful. My wife actually went over to see her the day before they flew out.
Mm-hmm. They gone for a while?
I want to say it was a full week.
Okay. All right.
From what I remember.
All right. And then once they came back, did you have an opportunity to periodically, on a regular basis, see Maya over the course of the spring of 2016?
Yes, often.
Tell the jury about what, if anything, you noticed about her condition.
She seemed to be getting better, and in my opinion, just after looking in, not knowing all the details, this one treatment she went and had, I thought that was it. The one treatment, one and done, and she's on the mend and better.
But still in a wheelchair.
Still in a wheelchair, but
overall physical
strength
health
getting better. She liked to get in the pool. I believe they put in solar just to keep the pool water warmer and more comfortable, so she could keep getting strength back in legs.
Got it. Okay.
Their
and
paper's
so
actually
then,
hitting the microphone.
Through the course of that year, did there come a time when you had another July 4th parade in 2016?
Every year we have one, yes.
And was that filmed?
Yes.
And with the court's permission, then we would publish the video from 2692 in evidence.
I think this is defense table. They're taking notes.
Now, if you could narrate a little bit here.
So this looks like the very start of the parade. That's Jack kneeling down in the black and white shirt taking pictures.
This is the neighborhood?
This is the neighborhood. That's actually my house straight in the middle.
Okay.
Maya's driving the golf cart right in the middle.
Okay, let's come forward.
Our other mutual friend is riding in the passengers up front.
Okay. Now Maya's able to sit up there?
Yeah, she drove the golf cart all the way around.
So
she
this
couldn't
was-
ride the bike this year, so our friend Pat, that was, I believe, his a golf cart he got from work. So he brought that just so Maya could
He stole a golf
be
cart.
a part and drive around.
So
Pat
she's
is now charged with
strong enough by
grand
July
golf
to
cart
press
theft.
down on the pedal there in the golf cart pedal?
Yes.
What if anything,
Hold on a
should you-
second. What's the legal basis?
Lack of knowledge.
Of her own.
from what you observed, was she able to press down on the pedal?
Yes.
Golf cart. Keep going, please. All right. These are neighbors?
Some more neighbors. That's my daughter right there. More neighbors in the back.
And there.
This is me in the gray shirt coming up. That's my real little daughter. I'm walking behind right there.
Jack's discovering humidity. Is this the Kowalski's house?
No.
Okay. Where's the Kowalski's house from here?
From this image, it's, well, hold on. Go straight down to your right. It's out of frame, but right to the right.
Okay. Similar to these?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, now after this, when was the next time that you remember something happening with Maya? Did she continue to be around the neighborhood, or did she disappear again?
No, we see her often. A lot of the neighborhood get-togethers kind of filtered more back to Jack's house, though, because for mine to go anywhere, it was wheelchair.
Right.
But yeah, we see her often.
In the fall then of 2016, did there come a time when Maya again left to go to the hospital, in this case Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
All right. And were you there and around the time when she was going off to the hospital?
Yes.
Was there any weather event that was causing, or that not causing, but a weather event around that time that you recall?
I don't recall.
All right. Hurricane Matthew, do you recall when that came through?
I do, kind of.
They blend together.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Okay, so when was the next time that you really recall seeing Maya?
I don't recall seeing her until after she came home from the several-month hospital.
Okay, so would this have been into the new year then, into January?
So my youngest daughter, her birthday's December 28th. We had a birthday party for after New Year's, so it was right after that, early January.
Okay. And then, was there any type of reception or thing that went on for Maya, to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, so there was I think everybody that lived in the neighborhood, they knew when she was coming back. A lot of people made signs and banners, especially the kids.
They're killing me here.
Let me show you,
This
if
paper.
we could,
This is
26,
nuts.
either 82, oh, is it 2? Sorry, 2582, is it 002 or 3? 2? That's the photo. All right. So, is that the photo of the reception?
So this is right at the entrance of the neighborhood, and yep, that's right when they pulled in.
Okay, and then 003, 2582, 003, if we may publish. And what is this?
Welcome home sign.
Okay, and then we previously shown you, but with permission, Judge, we would like to publish 2710, if you could.
Yes.
Thank you.
Remember when you gave her that whole bag of shot kids? Say, Maya, we are so excited to see you. So thankful you're She went on our dogs. Riley wants time by herself. Get out of it. Oh, that's she would be here. And up.
Okay. Now, after this, were you there when they tried to get Maya out of the car?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, that day and many after, she couldn't. She had no strength. There was pretty much no muscle to her legs. She had to be. Jack had to pick her up and put her in a wheelchair and push her around. Pick her up to move her anywhere or anything, not just in and out of the car.
Was she able to keep herself upright without people holding her, hugging her, or otherwise?
No, not really. I remember when she'd sit on the couch, she had to put pillows on both sides of her too.
All right. Compared to when you had last seen her leaving for the hospital to the time that you saw her, can you, the time you last saw her leaving to go to Johns Hopkins to the time, this time right here, the homecoming, can you describe to the jury the change, if any, in Maya?
The only word that really comes to my mind is emaciated. So I was over their house a lot. And like I said, especially after she came home from the hospital, hopping from house to house was a bit more of a challenge. So I think Jack was happy to have some company in his house too. So I saw a lot of Maya. Very, very thin. Like I said, no muscle mass in her legs at all. No color. No strength to her arms. She couldn't do anything.
What was your? Go ahead.
I remember her texting from her bedroom to Jack if we were in the kitchen. That's how she'd get a hold of him. Hey, I need, help moving or going to the shower, bathroom, whatever. Jack literally had to go physically pick her up and do everything with her.
So you didn't see any improvement whatsoever when she got back from Johns Hopkins? Did she go get better or get worse from Johns Hopkins?
Definitively worse.
And so, what, if anything, crossed your mind about how, given what you were seeing, this child's future be held physically?
Objection. Elements as to his opinion.
Overruled. Sorry, ask the question again?
Sure. From her condition, right, when she came home, what, if any concerns did you have about Maya's future physically?
That was a long road. So when she first went and got the first treatment in Mexico and came back, like I said,
she's doing much better now.
Opinion of not knowing any details of the treatment or her, what the disease was, I had this impression it was this one and done, and she's better because she was getting better so much quicker, getting strength back and getting back to normal. When she came home from the hospital, I can't tell you a set time, but I just remember it was such a long road for her to be able to do anything physically. Months and months.
And did there come a time when you saw her graduating from a wheelchair then to crutches?
Yes.
And was that a significant period of time?
All driven by Maya. I remember Jack saying she's bound and determined to not only walk again, but I think she wanted to ice skate, and I thought maybe there was something else she wanted to do physically, like, I don't know, gymnastics or something, but hard work by Maya.
Mm-hmm. And then eventually, was there another period of time when Maya began to try to graduate from the crutches to walking?
Yes. I mean, that was always the goal for her. It was, she had her sights set on getting totally back to normal. So.
And was Maya the type of child that would instantly tell you if she was hurting, or was she quiet about something?
I never heard her complain about anything.
No matter what?
Never.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about Beata over this period of time from when Maya went off to Johns Hopkins until the end there. Were you seeing the Kowalskis, that being, I guess it would be Kyle and Beata and Jack, over that period of time, the fall of 2016, while Maya was gone?
Yes.
How often did you see them?
Same deal. I think Jack was outside even more if he wasn't doing something, working on with, trying to get Maya, just occupying his brain.
Mm-hmm.
So still a lot.
What was the effect on Beata as time went on?
Absolute crushing stress. Mm-hmm. The whole family.
Was there a change in her personality from what you saw?
She became a lot more reserved. at least, for me.
Was she becoming more withdrawn?
Yes.
Did she have the same sense of humor that you had?
No, completely gone.
And between Jack and Beata, first, how often were you seeing them in any social modes? As much or more or less?
No, not as much. We all knew this was going on, where, again, this crushing stress thing of trying to get their kid back. So, it wasn't.
Were you there?
A lot of us felt odd saying, "Hey, let's go party." That wasn't happening.
As a couple, were they more withdrawn?
Yes.
And at least in front of you, I don't know if you saw this or not, but did there appear to be any stress there, or either individually or collectively?
I can't really speak to that. All I can tell you is, again, the best way for me to describe it is just this crushing stress on the family and the household. Whether there was additional between Jack, Kyle, Jack, Beata, or whatever, I can't specifically state.
Well, was there any particular event where you recall seeing, either on a holiday or just a regular weekend event or something, where you saw something that indicated to you just how bad it was?
Yes. We had a New Year's party with a couple of those houses with a couple of neighbors that I previously mentioned we're really tight with. So the next door neighbor to Jack had just a handful of couples over for New Year's Eve, and at midnight when the bell dropped, Beata just broke down, completely broke down.
Describe it for us a little bit. What was she doing, and then how did it come about?
The ball drops, you usually kiss your spouse or say Happy New Year, and she lost it. So just started crying. All the other females tried to console her.
And so that was not such a good news either. Now,
somebody's got to tell these attorneys.
Kyle.
Somebody can hear this in court,
As
right?
long as you have known him, has he been a bodybuilder type or more on the thin side?
Always.
Okay. And there was an allegation about malnourishment or some idea that these children were not being properly fed or kept. Can you tell?
To the commentary by the attorney.
Sustained.
Tell the jury about how Jack and Beata took care of these kids in terms of feeding them, taking care of them, making sure they had exercise, making sure they were always provided for.
Somebody can get the emails for all these attorneys. I'm going to email them and tell them to knock off the paper sounds.
My kid would always run into Jack's house because he had always had good snacks in the cupboard, and he'd always have extras to share. So the cupboard was always fully loaded. So my kids would steal little snacks from Kyle, and I guess Maya, she ate them too. But Kyle was always outside. I think he's still outside all the time. Other boys in the neighborhood, they play football, baseball together, but always doing something physical. And when they were little, I actually remember, I'd be in Jack's driveway talking to him, and they'd be playing football and picking teams. And I distinctly remember kids always wanting Kyle on their team because he was one of the better ones. You'd win if you had Kyle on your team.
Now, do you remember the night that Beata died?
Yes.
Was there any event that reminds you of that night?
So my youngest daughter's birthday is December 28th. Kids are out of school. They go out of town for Christmas and New Year's, so we always have to have her birthday party in January. So we have her birthday in January when there's actual kids that can come. We had the same group of friends from neighbors from over. And Jack and Kyle came that night, but Beata did not.
Okay. Anybody asking where she was, or any excuses or anything? Or just
yeah, we asked, and didn't feel good, or headache, and she sent a gift. She went out and bought a gift for my daughter and sent a gift.
Okay. And what was the next thing you knew or saw or heard about Beata?
Well, on Sunday, that was a Saturday night. Sunday mornings, I'd wake up, go out and get breakfast for my wife and kids early, and on the drive back in, when I left, everything was normal. When I drove back into the neighborhood, there was, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 police cars at Jack's house with EMTs.
Did you go in?
I did not go in the house. Okay. Jack was outside in the driveway.
Did you see Jack?
Yes.
What was his condition?
Distraught, crying.
All right. How long were the police cars there? Do you recall? A long time?
Hours, many hours. I got out, gave him a hug, told him if he needed anything, call me, and then I...
Did you see Kyle?
I did not see Kyle.
He had gone by that point or been taken, or?
I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if he was in the house or if he left.
Now we've gone over the reunion party, but can you tell us a little bit about what it's been like for Jack first? Since, we'll strike that. Did you see Jack very much immediately after, in the period immediately after Beata passed?
Yes. Still saw him a bunch.
Tell us about that.
It was more just trying to console a friend. You don't want to intrude, but you want them, you want the family to know you're there.
Yeah. And was he striking? Have you noticed any changes in Jack afterwards in terms of his, not so much about taking care of the kids, but just he himself and his enjoyment of life or his activities?
I mean, yeah, the whole family.
Tell us about it.
Well, I don't know how to put that into words. It's just completely life changing. Just things are different. The whole family's just great, super caring family, but something just happened where it's just different now. They're still great people, but.
And so you're still good friends.
Yes.
You still will have some of his wine.
Still do.
And I understand there's controversy about his wine, though.
I think it's just with you.
I'm the only one that doesn't like
yes.
Jack's wine, so that's better.
Apparently,
in any event,
Jack makes his own wine, and the attorney doesn't like it. That's
to
what
this
the
day,
joke
though,
was about.
is there still a change in Jack from what you knew before?
Yes, but like I said, it's difficult to put into words. If you've ever watched, the family's changed.
And do you see Maya or Kyle as much anymore?
I see Kyle often when he's washing his boat after he goes fishing. So he's still outside, but he's not playing football in the front yard anymore.
Okay.
Maya babysits our kids. She's been doing that for a couple of years.
Okay. And does Jack come around as much on the social scene, or is he?
Yeah, we still hang out a lot.
Try to keep him going?
Yep.
All right.
Got a lot of filters on to try to cut the paper sound down some. This is about the best I can do without eliminating everyone's voices and just muting the whole stream.
Your witness.
They passed the witness. Oh, man.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I just have a few questions. It sounds like you've known the Kowalskis for a long time, and you're a really good, supportive friend, or at least you try to be. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to draw your attention back to the July 3rd, 2015 incident at the house that you talked about.
Okay.
Okay. We're on the same page? Okay.
Yes.
My understanding from what you've said is that you didn't actually see anything happen to Maya, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, at the time you heard this noise you described, you didn't even know it was Maya. Is that fair?
When I first walked in the house, yes.
When you actually heard the noise that you described, you didn't know that it was Maya. Is that? correct?
No, I after about 10 seconds, quickly put it together that it was Maya. When
Oh,
I
you
first
did?
walked in the house, I just thought it was some random kid just making some god-awful noise.
Spicy
Oh,
maple
I must have
bourbon.
misheard. I thought you said you figured it was one of Jack's kids, but I
The
didn't
mango's
know that you had determined
habanero.
that it
They're
was
very
Maya.
hot.
Whether it was within 10 seconds or 30 seconds or yes, but the other parents and adults there, as they were filtering out, yes, it was very quickly realizing it was Maya.
Okay, all right. But as far as what you know, you didn't know of anything physical that had occurred to cause that noise, correct? And as far as it could have been a panic attack for all you know from what you've heard. Is that fair?
I wouldn't classify it that way, but
Okay.
I'd say no.
Can we agree that you don't know what caused
Absolutely.
her to have that,
Yes.
to make that noise? Is
Yes.
that fair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I want to focus on the time frame. So just to put us on the same page, Maya's admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's was October of 2016.
Okay.
Okay. My understanding is that you were aware that they had gone for some treatment back in November of 2015.
I don't remember the exact timelines
Okay.
and dates,
But do you remember them going somewhere for treatment?
yes.
And I think I heard you say you figured it was going to be one and done. They were going to do that treatment, and then that was going to take care of everything.
I think it was after the fact when we saw her, what was to me being perceived as much better than before she went. I just thought, oh, this is a big, expensive one and done treatment, and this helps clear up whatever it was.
Okay. All right. So are you aware of all of the treatment that she was getting between, let's say, December of 2015 and October of 2016?
Very minimally. So not in detail, no.
Your
Just
knowledge is very minimal? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Okay. And can you describe what Maya's condition was in the weeks leading up to going to Johns Hopkins?
She got her
before
hospital
she went
wrong
in?
that she's
Right before,
defending.
you mean?
Yes, sir.
Oops.
She seemed to be getting better and recovering, getting stronger. Specifically, like what I can really speak to is strength in her legs, because I just distinctly remember her crawling around, using her arms to get around. Something about legs, putting pressure on legs or using legs either hurt. So there was this avoidance of using legs.
Okay. So is it correct, though, that she never walked again between December of 2015 and entering into Johns Hopkins?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one
I
way or
don't
the
recall
other?
one way or the other.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge, sir, about what Maya's condition was, or on the day before she went into Johns Hopkins?
No, I don't recall specifically.
Now, since Maya's been discharged and been home and leading up to today, you certainly have noticed that Maya's been able to participate in ice skating. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And other activities, correct?
I knew she did ice skating.
Is that the only thing you're aware of?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of how good she's doing in school?
Everybody's aware of that.
Okay. All right. 1 minute, please.
But you, so far, I haven't had any contact.
Hold on a second, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, are you done?
No further questions.
Now we can go back. Jump the gun bit.
No questions.
Sir, you can go ahead and the excuse.
First witness down. The next one, this is going to be tough. Just heads up. The next witness, they're going to play the 911 call of him finding Maya's mom in the garage after she took her own life.
Is your next witness short, or do we need to take a break here?
What does their height?
Your Honor.
What does their height have to do with
Members
this?
of the jury, why don't we take our morning break? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. We'll try to keep it to a 10-minute break, 10, maybe 15 minutes.
Let's make sure there's no business to conduct as soon as the jury's out of here, and then we'll fast forward through the break. But as requested, you guys still want a lunch, so we will take a lunch and then come back. Holly Mack, no, I just what we watched before, and I've heard some reports, I've seen some tweets. That's it. I haven't watched it. So I did not cheat and watch ahead. This is from Friday. Court is not in session today. So there's
the jury's out of our presence. I just want to remind everybody in the gallery, with exception of the media pool camera, no photos are allowed. Any issues before we break?
Yes, Your Honor. This was mentioned before, of course.
Everyone can be seated, I'm sorry.
Of course, the defense has stipulated that Kyle Kowalski being present at trial as much as he wishes. It seemed to be there was a representation to this court from plaintiff's counsel that they intended to call him to the stand multiple times. We would object to that. He's certainly welcome to testify in full to whatever relevant topics he has, but we do object to him being called in several piecemeal fashions. If they're planning on calling today, we would ask that his testimony be up and to be concluded.
There's no business under the rule. The rule allows us to do such a thing. We wanted to, for the jury's benefit, to keep the damages testimony in one group. I would anticipate that the second part of his testimony would be no longer than 20 minutes or so, whereas this testimony will cover the majority of it. However, it would be difficult, emotional, and we don't think appropriate at this time to cover that topic until the jury's heard more.
Yeah, I'm not going to preclude the defense from recalling Kyle Kowalski for a second time. I'm not going to preclude that. Anything else before we take a break?
No.
I think there's confusion, Your Honor, because you said the defense. You're not going to preclude the defense. I think
I preclude the plaintiff. I apologize. I think I was looking at Mr. Shapiro when I said that.
Understood.
I apologize. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Okay, we'll be in recess. Let's try to keep it to 10 minutes.
All rise for the recess.
Okay, so while we're in recess right here, I'm going to skip ahead just a teensy bit. Scroll in, scroll up. There we
go. By agreement, we would like to admit 2530-020.
Let me ask the lawyers this, because normally my practice is whenever a document is entered to do it in front of the jury. Given the volume of
we jumped ahead in time.
Do you want to just do it interim like this way and then not worry about doing it in front of the jury? It's whatever you all want to do.
I just think with the number of photographs we're going to be discussing and everything else, that it's easier to do it outside the presence of the jury so we can have a discussion. I just think it's easier.
Happy to do it this way.
Okay, so I will not worry about introducing exhibits in front of the jury. If it happens, it's great, but if we do it on the side, that's fine as well. Okay. What's the next issue?
Judge, there are, for Kyle Kowalski, he is after this, we only anticipate this witness will take us up to about 11 o'clock. So we would start then with Kyle Kowalski. There are a number of photographs of the nature of just simply background. Literally, the court's only ruled on the one note. And the only objection to these is cumulative. And since there have only been four photos in, and none of these are duplicative, we would like the court to make a ruling at this point, cumulative.
How many photos are we talking about?
A total of 18, out of which they've agreed to 3 plus, so there's 15. To give the court some idea, Kyle and Maya playing as babies, Kyle and Maya in the pool, Kyle and Maya on a toy in front of the Venice sign, fishing in the backyard after Christmas, playing after school after ketamine, Kyle holding Maya, she dips in the water after the Mexico, these kind of things. And the reason that we have these many is the witness is 15 years old. These help refresh his recollection. They tell the story better having these, and they are all from different periods in their lives. There are none where there's like 3 of them at the same event. They're all single events, single periods of time.
Ms. Groves?
Judge, the objection is cumulative. I mean, there's no issue about the two of them having a relationship. There's no question about it's cumulative, Judge. There's like 28 photos they want to put in with Kyle.
They made the argument that she was coming out of different points, strong, able to use her legs, not able to use her legs, that these different treatments were good for her and that she was doing so much better. The purpose of these photos is to demonstrate, literally, period by period, how Maya is doing. It is a visual representation.
I thought these were photos of Kyle.
They are Kyle and Maya together. And they're also demonstrate. Here's the thing. A lot of these are most photos are taken with both children in them. And it's just the kids growing up at first. And then after that, it's from different periods after certain treatments. That's the purpose of them.
Judge, it starts with them as a toddler and moving up. I don't.
Okay. How many total photos are we talking about that are being questioned?
19 objected to, 3 stipulated.
Okay.
4.
So you get 10 photos. Pick your 10.
I would point out, Judge, they've already used 3 of them, so that in opening, so those would be 3 of the 10.
What?
Out of this group, just pick 10, and then let's move on. You can tell us which 10 they are?
May we have, during this next witness, may our team decide which 10 and then...
Sure.
There's so much
Anything
litigating
else?
here. They're fighting for every inch.
Anything else from the defense?
That is Maya sitting between her 2 attorneys right there. That's the girl that keep focusing in on right here. That is Maya. She's a big focus of this case, and her medical condition and the treatment of that and how it was handled at the hospital and what that allegedly caused with her mom as far as the reaction that led to her taking her own life. Maya is clearly doing a lot better health-wise at this time, and I think she's been healthy for a couple of years, at least compared to where she was before. I don't know of anything right now.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. I want to confirm while you were away on break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Your next witness, Mr. Anderson.
Plaintiff's call, Robert Reines.
Sorry about that, Mr. Whitney.
Okay, we're getting closer to some very, very difficult testimony. Just a heads up, it'll be an account of someone who found Maya's mom after she took her own life.
Yes, I do.
So just a warning, it's going to be very difficult here. So if that's something that it wouldn't put you in a good space, that would be very difficult for you. Here's an opportunity maybe to take a break for a bit.
Mr. Whitney.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Robert Reines.
And have you been called here to testify as Jack Kowalski's brother?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you older or younger than Mr. Kowalski?
Younger.
By how many years?
About 5.5 years.
Where'd you grow up?
In Chicago.
How many kids were in the Kowalski family?
Well, our extended family, my mother had 8 children.
Boys, girls?
6 boys, 2 girls. But we always had more in the house. We always had a cousin or we had a foster child at one point. So big loving family.
And you went to high school in Chicago?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so Jack would have graduated well ahead of you?
Yes.
And what did he go to work doing?
During high school, we had a fire cadet program through the fire department junior and senior year. Jack did that and got into the fire service. And I eventually did the same thing. I worked as a volunteer up there. He went on in his life to eventually get hired full-time, and I took a different career path.
What was your career path?
I've had several, but I went into law enforcement instead of firefighting at that time.
And where were you in law enforcement?
Up in Pinellas County, Tarpon Springs, Florida.
So you ended up from Chicago down here in Florida on law enforcement?
Yes.
And what roles were you serving in your law enforcement career?
I worked as a patrol officer for under a year until I made detective, and then I worked property crimes for
That's quick. Under a year
just
patrol
under a
to
year
be
again,
detective.
and then I went into crimes against persons, which is all the nasty stuff: the sex abuse, the child abuse, the homicide, and the crimes against persons.
So in those 5 years, you learned how to spot child abuse?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why, after 5 years, did your law enforcement career end?
Burnout, really. You know, you do that job and you're professional and you go to work every day, and I definitely left on good terms, but you go to work every day and then you do what you're supposed to do, but then you find yourself at home in the shower crying at night, and it takes a toll on you. And I had an offer at the time to go work for another company, and it was actually a little more money, and I decided that I was going to make that move.
And after you resigned from the force, did you leave Florida?
Yes, eventually. I went to work for that other company, and then in, I believe, 1997, I left Florida after my son was born.
And where'd you go?
Up to Indiana.
And what kind of work did you do up in Indiana?
We went to Indiana mainly because I had 2 stepchildren and a newborn son, and my wife had family up in Indiana, lived out in the country, and we decided that would be a better place to raise the children. So we went up there, and I worked as a butcher, which is something I've done since I was young on the side. I've always worked in butcher shops, and then also auto, marine, and airplane upholstery work, which is what my father and uncles all did.
That's
So I've
that's a
always
very
done
diverse
that on the side
career
as well.
spectrum.
So at this point in your life, you're living in Indiana. Is Jack still in Chicago at this point?
Yes.
And it was during this period that Jack met Beata?
Yes.
And living in Indiana, how far away were you from the Chicago area?
We're in Fort Wayne, so just a couple hours, about 2-hour drive.
So you had opportunity to regularly meet and interact with Jack and Beata together?
Yes, because my mother was still in Chicago, and I had a couple brothers up there, so we frequently visited.
What was your first impression of Beata?
I loved her. She's just she was just a wonderful person. I respected her because she was very to the point. She didn't hold any punches. She told you how she was feeling, but she was just a loving, sweet person. Loved to teach me how to make pierogies, and she was a great person.
How would you describe their relationship?
Beautiful. We, coming from a big family, my mom raised us, and we were always taught to love each other and respect each other and respect everybody. And that's why we got into careers like we did, firefighting and law enforcement, because we help each other. and we help other people. And Beata was that same way. And my wife is a nurse, and those are the people we've always chose to surround ourselves with, are people like us. And I'm sorry, I don't even remember what your original question was.
That's all right. So your wife was a nurse and Beata was a nurse?
Yes.
So you and Jack had that in common?
Yes.
Were you there for their wedding, Jack and Beata?
Yes, I was their best man.
And where was that?
That was in Illinois.
In Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what year?
Ooh, now you're really going to tug at me here. No, I don't recall exactly what year. I think it was like 2004, 2003.
Were you there when Maya was born, or around that time?
Not there when she was born, but shortly afterwards, obviously, to visit.
How'd Beata strike you as a new mom?
Just, she was holding the light of her life in her hands every time you saw her. Just as proud as any mother could be.
And then Kyle came, 2 years later?
Mm-hmm.
And you're still living in Indiana as Kyle and Maya are growing up in Chicago?
Yes.
How often would you see them on a yearly basis, if you had to estimate?
Obviously all the holidays and birthdays and things like that, we'd get together. So probably, at least a half dozen to a dozen times a year.
And how would you describe Jack and Beata together as parents when Kyle and Maya were young in Chicago?
Just a great couple. Jack's my best friend. He found the light of his life, and he was happy, and they were great together.
So as he was approaching retirement from the fire department, did he talk to you about a desire to move to Florida?
Mm-hmm.
And he beat you back to Florida, is that right?
Yeah, he did.
So they moved to Florida in around 2014. You were still doing work in Indiana in the upholstery business, aircraft upholstery business at that point? Was there a particular job that brought you down to Florida around that time?
Yeah, I had friends in Florida in the aviation business, and a friend of mine who managed business jets for people. So if somebody has a business jet, they'll typically hire a management company to take care of all the FAA paperwork and that kind of thing, and maintenance. And he called me and he says, we have this jet that we manage that needs a complete upholstery job in it, and he says, I'd like you to bid on it. And I was a little shocked at first. I said, I don't live down there. And he said, bid on it. He says, it's good money. So I bid on the job, and it was worth my while to go down there and do the job. So I set up a trailer with sewing machines and everything, and went down there and did the job, and that started my move to Florida because it was successful.
Where was that work? Which airport?
In Lakeland, Florida.
And were you living in Lakeland, or were you living in Venice at that time?
At that time, we had a big motor home, so I have another brother who lives in Lakeland, so I brought the motor home down, and I was actually living in the motor home while I was working at the motor home was at his house.
And did Kyle and Maya have opportunity to come over and see you in your aviation business in Lakeland?
Yes, especially Kyle.
What do you remember about that?
Kyle loved to fly. I flew back and forth every day. Well, at that time, I didn't have my plane in the early stages. But Kyle loved airplanes, and he would come out and help me. I was building a new shop, and he came and helped me build all the tables to put the sewing machines in, and we spent a lot of time together. Just a great, happy little kid.
What's he call you, by the way? What's Kyle call you?
Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob. Did Maya fly with you as well?
Yes, eventually, yeah.
She wasn't as big of a fan as Kyle.
No, I think she had a good time.
Okay. The job you mentioned that brought you down to Florida, who was the client or the customer for that job?
The owner of the jet, I remember his first name was Eduardo. They owned some banks in Mexico, but the pilot is who I dealt with, and his name was Abraham.
And I'm going to fast forward here for a moment in the timeline, because you're doing this work in the upholstery business for the pilot Abraham in 2014, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
And just for a moment, just to fast forward a couple of years, in late 2015, Maya went down to Mexico for treatment. You were aware of that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the connection was there with Abraham and Maya's treatment in Mexico?
Abraham and his family lived in Monterrey, Mexico, which is where the hospital was that they were going to. He immediately, when I told him the story of what was going on, he immediately said, put me in touch with them and I will take care of everything when they get to Mexico. Abraham and his family met them at the hospital, and they were there for him the whole time. Anything they needed in Mexico. Gave Maya a big stuffed animal bear.
Do you recall if Maya, Jack, Beata were able to bring that bear back to Florida with them?
No, that's kind of a funny story because it was this big, real soft, big teddy bear, and it was too big for them to bring back on the commercial flight. So Abraham had to bring the plane back to me to finish things up, and he put the bear in the nose cone of the jet in a little storage compartment and flew the bear back up to Lakeland, Florida. And Jack and Maya came out and met us at the airport there, and we wheeled Maya up to the plane and opened the nose cone, and the bear just kind of fell out for her. It was just a cute moment, and a great thing for the guy to do.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Mr. Reina's what's been admitted as Exhibit 2530-020. May we publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, that's Maya getting her teddy bear, and that's Abraham.
So the gentleman there handing her the teddy bear is Abraham?
Yes.
And Maya in the wheelchair?
Yes.
Is that his plane right there in the background?
Yes, with the hatch open on the right.
What kind of plane was it? Do you remember?
It was a Cessna Citation. A Cessna Mustang.
And this photo is January 30th, 2016. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So this was after her ketamine treatment in Mexico?
Yes.
A month or two after? All right. That's good, thank you. All right, so I fast forward there to show the teddy bear coming back, but let's back it up a little bit. You relocate to Florida initially for this job in 2014, 2015. Did there come a time when you moved to Venice permanently?
Yeah, I think, once I started my second job, my wife worked in a surgery center up in Indiana, and we both immediately started talking about making a move to Florida. So we actually found a house in Jack's little circle. The neighborhood he lives in, it's really a unique neighborhood because all of the neighbors in there know each other and they all hang out together. And so we wanted that neighborhood, and there was one house for sale, and we came down to look at it, and the night before we got there, it went under contract. So we were a little heartbroken, but they were starting a new subdivision right across the street, and we ended up buying a spec home right inside the gate, so we were still probably less than a quarter mile from Jack, right across the street.
So Jack couldn't get away from you.
No, I found him.
And so this was, if I'm tracking, is it, early 2016 when you bought that house?
Yes.
And by this point, based on your observations, was Maya in pain?
After the Mexico, she was doing much better. She was greatly improving.
You had seen her. You had seen her before the Mexico
Yeah,
trip.
because I was coming down, doing the jobs on the airplanes, and even though I was in Lakeland, I would come over and visit. And, we would get together. But after Mexico, there was definite improvement.
Catherine, this
she
is
was
from
working
Friday.
hard
Court's not in session
to get
today.
better.
As 2016 went on, summer, it's almost the school year. Did her pain return?
Yeah.
What can you tell the jury about that?
I read Maya's face a lot, and you can tell when somebody's in pain. I have a lot of pain and neurological issues myself, and there was a day that stands out, and I think it was probably like September of 16, where we were at Jack's house, and the kids from the neighborhood, and there may have been a niece or nephew there, and Kyle and Maya, and everybody was in the pool and having a good time, and Maya was on a floaty, and I was just sitting there with my feet in the pool after a while watching the kids, and I could see as time went on she was hurting more and more, and she's a lot like her mom. She's a tough girl, and she wanted to stay in the pool with the kids, so she tried to fight through that and tried to stay in the pool as long as she could, but it finally got to the point where she couldn't take it anymore, and she floated over to me and she said, "Uncle Bobby, I need to get out of the pool." She says, "That hurt real bad." So I picked her up and I carried her in the house.
Was it shortly after that she went to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact date, but yes.
Did you ever accompany Maya or Jack or Beata to any of her treatments?
No, unfortunately I wasn't allowed to.
So she goes into Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. How did you first learn that she wasn't going to be coming home soon?
Jack and I talked every day, and he called me and told me, he says, "They took Maya." And I said, "What do you mean they took Maya?" And he says, "They took custody of Maya. They took her away from us." And me, like him, and everybody else, like Maya, like Beata, everybody was in shock, not understanding what just happened.
How would you describe your brother's reaction knowing that she couldn't come home?
Fear, which is something I've never seen on Jack's face before. I've seen him do stuff on the fire department that most people in this world would never try, dangling off of water towers and stuff, and I've never seen fear on his face, but it was just, he was scared. For the first time I saw my brother really, truly scared.
Same question. What about Beata? How'd she react?
Angry. Jack and Beata were a little different in that respect, where Beata was, like I said, she would tell you how she feels. And Jack was kind of the opposite of that, where he would tell you how he feels, but just a different reaction, where Beata was mad and scared, and but definitely angry.
What about your nephew Kyle?
He was just a little boy. He was devastated, His sister, and they were close. They, a lot of little kids don't play together. They were in that pool all the time. They did everything together. And so, at 8 years old, I think he was at the time, he lost his best friend. I don't know the words. Shocked, scared, just unbelievable.
And you were aware at this point that the accusations by the hospital were that Beata had this condition and was a child abuser?
Yes.
Drawing off of your experience as a detective with child abuse investigations, had you ever seen any signs of child abuse in the Kowalski home? Jack Kowalski.
They've objected here, basing on his experience, as he was in the police force for 5 years. I think the first 2, he said it was patrol then detectives, and so the remaining 3 he was dealing with crimes against persons, which would include investigating cases of child abuse. So they're asking him, based on his experience, if he ever saw any signs of abuse in the relationship here with Maya. And he, even though it was objected, he said no. I mean, the jury, if the jury is paying attention, they heard that answer. They can't unring that bell, but there was an objection. We'll see what the judge rules here.
Sustained.
When Maya was in the hospital, did you submit your name for a background check so that you could be a supervised visitor at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Was your background check approved?
Yes.
Were you allowed to visit?
No, I was not.
Did the hospital ever give you a reason why?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule that question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did the hospital ever give you a reason why you weren't allowed to visit?
They didn't think it was a good idea.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Okay, so thankfully we're not hearing the static. The jury's hearing these things, so obviously the static is so the jury does not hear the actual discussion that goes back and forth. The judge is going to make a ruling here. There were 2 objections to this question. The first time it was overruled, and they made another objection asking to approach. Presumably, they have a valid reason here that they think the judge needs to hear. The jury shouldn't. But this makes the hospital look bad if he was approved to visit through the background checks and everything, and then the hospital may have been making a decision saying he couldn't be there. This is a very complex case, and it could go any direction. A lot of it, a lot of this, swings on what evidence you're allowed to get admitted and how it's able to be presented. And so the defense has won several battles this morning about evidence, just getting things out. If the plaintiff is able to sway the jury and just really build an emotional case using pictures to sort of bring them along with Maya's life and her progress, it's hard to get a picture out of your mind. So I think that's what.
Objection is sustained. Members of the jury, that last question and answer, you're going to disregard it.
Defense is winning a lot of battles today.
How long was Maya in the hospital?
I honestly don't recall. several months.
Did you ever have the opportunity to visit her in the hospital?
No, I did not.
Who were you getting reports from during that time about Maya's condition?
Mostly Jack.
During the 3 or so months that Maya was in the hospital, how was Beata doing?
She was struggling. She was researching a lot about the disease, just struggling, trying to figure out how to get her baby home.
How was your brother doing?
Trying to hold the family together. In such an ugly situation, he tried to be the strong one and keep Kyle going and keep Beata on track, and just he was struggling.
January 8th, 2017. Does that date have any significance to you?
Yeah, it's my 50th birthday.
Can you describe how you woke up that morning?
Jack called me and said Beata just hung herself, and you need to get over here right away.
Did you rush over?
Yes, immediately. I told my wife Beata hung herself. I'm going to Jack's, and I took off across the street.
And you went into the house?
Yes.
Did you go in through the front door or the garage?
Front door.
Where was Kyle?
Kyle was near the laundry room door, which is just to the right of the front door. And he was trying to get into the garage. Jack was yelling, Kyle, no, you can't go in there. He was trying to keep him back.
Can I stop you there?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we'd like to, at this point, publish 2615 and allow the jury the opportunity to listen.
Is it in evidence?
It is, Your Honor.
You may.
Guys, this is the 911 call, I believe. This is going to get really difficult.
2017, 7 hours, 57 minutes, and 38 seconds, Sam.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Hung herself.
What's the address? What city are you in?
Venice. Closest road is Lee Road in Venice.
Is there a name to the neighborhood?
Kyle.
What's the phone number that you're calling from?
I'll give you my cell.
Tell me exactly what happened.
She hung herself in the garage. No.
Stay on the line. Are you with her now?
Well, I'm in the garage.
How old is she?
42.
Is she awake? I just have to verify.
She's stiff. She's stiff. Oh my God. No, Kyle, you can't go in there.
Okay, tell me why she looks like she's dead.
No, I'm a retired deputy fire chief. I know she is.
Do you think she's beyond any help?
Beyond, yes, rigor. I'm sure she's really
okay.
stiff.
I'm sending I'm sending someone to assist you. Please leave everything as you found it. Is there anything we can do for you?
Okay, just please get somebody here.
They're on their way.
I'm gonna bring my son to my neighbors or call my neighbor.
Okay. Can you tell me the address there one more time? Okay, they're on their way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
What'd you do with Kyle when you got there?
I grabbed Kyle and I asked Jack if he could call the fire department, and just told him I'm getting Kyle out of here. And I scooped up Kyle, and he's just a skinny little boy, and I grabbed him and took him home, and we sat in a chair in my living room for probably 6 or 8 hours crying.
Did you see Jack the rest of that day?
I'm sure I did when I brought Kyle back, or I don't recall honestly.
Maya was still at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
How long was it after that morning that Maya came home from the hospital?
Not long at all. I don't remember how many days, but it was pretty quick.
So emotionally, we can all guess how Maya was at that point.
Yeah.
How was she physically when she came home out of the hospital?
She was horrible. Horrible. She had been getting so much better, and just to see her going from, improving every day to coming home and her feet were all turned inward, her toes were pointing at each other. Again, just looking at her face, the amount of pain in that child, I think it was worse than I had ever seen at that point.
So, stepping back and comparing Maya physically to where she was in late September, early October of 2016 before she went in the hospital. In January 2017, when she comes out of the hospital, was she better or worse?
She was far worse coming out of the hospital.
What'd you do to support your brother in the next days and weeks?
I closed my shop down, and I stayed with him. I think I closed my shop probably for a couple months, and I stayed with him every day and helped him with paperwork, cleaning the house, cooking meals, whatever it took, just anything, just to be there for him.
As the Kowalskis grappled with their new life, did you have the opportunity to observe Maya physically rehabilitate herself?
Yeah, and she lost her mother, so she was obviously emotionally in a different place. But from a physical standpoint, she's a lot like her mother. She was just very determined, and she was going to work hard, and she wanted out of that wheelchair, and she wanted to walk again. And she worked out constantly through the pain. I would see her on the floor in front of her wheelchair doing exercises with tears coming out of her eyes, but she would fight right through it. And then one day, after she had finally gotten up on crutches, one day I come over and she's loading up her book bag, not to go to school, but she's putting all kinds of books in her book bag, and she put it on her back just to walk down the street to her friend Riley's house on her crutches. And she wanted that extra weight on her back for exercise and the practice so she can go back to school. She's a tough kid. And I love you, Maya.
How about your nephew, Kyle? How'd he do in the 6 months, year after he lost his mother?
Very introverted. I mean, how does any kid do knowing that they're never going to see their mother again? He struggled. He was very quiet, stayed in his room, didn't interact much with anybody. And I think it was, he was trying to grieve internally. And then he eventually, long term, getting to the point where he is now, he fishes. That's his outlet. He likes to fish. It's his place to get away. I think Maya immersed herself in her school books when she got back to school, and Kyle immersed himself in fishing. And Jack immersed himself in helping people again. I think he just, like I said, eventually turned to fishing to have his quiet time and to deal with this.
And my last question, your brother Jack, how has he changed since losing Beata?
He's changed the most, and he hides it the most. He's not as funny as he used to be. He's a dad and a mom, and he's the best father I've ever known. He's always been the best father I've ever known. But taking on the role of being a mother as well for those children, there's nobody in this world that could have done it better. He will do anything for his children. He, again, needed some kind of an outlet, and I kind of did too with the pain issues I was going through. So I think for my last 5 years living in Florida, I saw Jack more than my wife, literally, because we would get up every morning and go get coffee at Wawa and sit down and have a sandwich and talk to a couple old vets that would sit out there every morning, and we'd kind of hang out with them. And then we would go help neighbors, whether it be painting baseboards in their house or painting their house, or we kept busy helping people because that's what we were always taught to do. But he's changed in the sense of, I keep going back to humor thinking about this. Not that you're not funny anymore. He's a very serious person because he knows the struggles he has raising 2 children alone. I'm glad I was there for him. I'm glad he was there for me. I think we helped each other a lot. But he's different. He's just, probably doesn't socialize as much. I know he doesn't socialize as much as he used to. There used to be a lot more gatherings in the neighborhood and everything that there is now, and he was always a big part of them. That neighborhood kind of became my community as well.
Your witness.
morning, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you back to the trip to Mexico.
Mhm.
With regard to that photograph with the teddy bear and coming back, is it your understanding that that was from the second trip to Mexico when they went back for a booster?
I do not recall honestly what the date was on that.
Okay, do you recall that they did go back to Mexico a second time?
Objection.
Legal basis?
That's not evidence.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Okay, that's fine. And then let's talk about Maya's condition leading up to going to the admission at All Children's in October.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You would agree, sir, that she was in a significant amount of pain, expressed pain, prior to that admission, correct?
She was in pain, but it was greatly getting better. She was getting better every day.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, of all the ketamine treatments that she was getting in the week leading up to that admission?
I knew there were treatments, and I don't know at what point I learned about ketamine specifically.
Sure. Sure. So are you aware that she was going to see Dr. Hannah on 9/27, 9/28, 9/29, 9/30, October 5th, and October 6th for ketamine treatments?
No, I knew she saw Dr. Hannah. I don't know dates of her appointments.
Okay. And just briefly, sir, about not being able to see Maya while she was in the hospital. Sir, you're aware that there were various court orders that were entered, or are you aware that there were various court orders that were entered regarding visitation?
I'm aware that I was notified that
Sir, I don't want
had permission.
I'm just asking if you're aware of the court orders. Yes or no?
That there were court orders that there was no visitation?
Regarding visitation.
For other people, not for me.
Okay, sir. And all of your communications with regard to whether or not you could visit Maya were with DCF personnel, correct?
The conversations about whether or not I could visit Maya
were with DC. So yes or no, sir? We're with all DCF
I recall.
personnel.
Please give me a second.
Sure.
It's a long time ago. I can't say all of them, but I know some of them were. I don't recall if there were any with anybody that I don't even know who worked for the hospital. I know I did have conversations with people that work for the state.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 1 minute. Nothing further, Your Honor.
It's interesting they went to that question when they objected to it when it came from the plaintiff's side. I wonder if they opened the door to that. Because they objected to the question being told where they asked if he was refused entry to visit the hospital. They objected and that was sustained, and then they asked if they were aware if those decisions were made by
Sir, just to confirm, during the 3.5 months that Maya was in the hospital, you submitted your information for a background check.
Yes.
That background check was approved.
Yes.
You never had the opportunity to see Maya in the hospital.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do you all have any questions for this witness? If so, just raise your hand.
jury questions.
Seeing no hands, sir, you can go ahead and be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that was some of the toughest testimony I think we'll hear.
Plan for your next witness, please.
This will be Kyle Kowalski.
And here's the next toughest. Oh man. I will say a lot of people are faulting the cameraman for getting this shot. In the civil suit here, the family wants the jury to see this pain and anguish. They really do. That's why they're there in court. That's why they fought to have Kyle be there in court.
Yes.
suit.
Okay.
We understand this will be the first of 2 times that Kyle testifies during the trial.
Kyle Kowalski.
Who's your sister?
Maya Kowalski.
And who's your dad?
Jack Kowalski.
And who is your mom?
Beata Kowalski.
Where do you live?
We live in a subdivision in Venice named Stonewall.
Okay. And do you recall about how long you've been there in Stonewall?
Yeah, we've been there since 2014.
Now, were you born in Florida or were you born someplace else?
I was born in Chicago, and we moved when I was around 7 years old to Florida.
How much do you remember about Chicago?
I remember some events, but nothing major.
Okay. Let me show you, Judge, what's been previously agreed to at 25-28-041. May we publish?
Yes.
Is that you as a baby? I know you probably don't remember that one, but
yes, that's me.
Okay, that's your mom?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you since learned that your mom had some difficulties with you when you were born?
Yes, I have found that out.
What was up with you?
She had there was problems with her getting pregnant, and then when I was born, I also had neonatal thrombocytopenia, which is where I lacked platelets.
Okay. And did your mom help with that treatment?
Yes, she very much did.
What happened?
Well, the only platelets that I would accept would be from her, but since she just gave birth, she wasn't technically allowed to give platelets. So she checked herself out of the hospital, and she did the platelets.
Came back
yes.
With the blood?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you remember your mom growing up in Chicago?
Yes, I do.
Let me show you 25-28-007. Published, Your Honor.
Are these photos in evidence?
They are.
Then yes.
Okay. Is that your mom as a younger person?
Before permission.
Yes, it is.
These are not in evidence.
This one is not? Yes, it's on the ones that we agreed to.
I'll let the attorneys come forward, please.
Okay, so that was an objection. He says, so the condition he had as Kyle had as a kid was, it's a long name, okay, and I'm sure some of you know it, you can rattle it off, but basically his blood lacked platelets. The only platelets that his body would not reject would be from his mom. His mom was prohibited from donating, blood or the platelets from blood because she had just given birth, and that it's risky when she's all with the blood loss and everything else. So she checks herself out of the hospital, goes to another facility, donates the platelets, brings them back,
The members of the jury
and checks herself back in.
recess. I need you to leave your notes here in the red wells, and we'll call you back in just a couple of moments. This will be quick.
We're going to argue over some more pictures here.
All rise for the second thing.
Angie Carter, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining us as a member. Make sure you take your seat on the front row. I did miss earlier, there was another person who joined as a member. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm looking for it. Just 1 second. I apologize for missing it. It was during the 911 call. I felt it wasn't appropriate to interrupt the audio there.
Dennis, what 10 are you? I thought you all had told the other side. So what 10 are we talking about?
2528-041, 2528-077, 2528-106, 2528-081, 2528-117. Those are the first 5.
What was the first one again? 2528- what?
041. And then the next 5 come from 2530.
Well, they're talking about these numbers. I think this is some very smart lawyering on the side of the plaintiff.
006.
They were supposed to tell the defense this before, but they didn't, which made the defense have to object to a picture that it looks like just a family photo. It makes the defense look bad in the eyes of the jury.
one video.
it's sort of sneaky.
Let's deal with those 10 photos first.
But I think it was intentional.
Okay, so the court's going to receive 2528 041 077 106 081 117. Clerk, get that? Also, the court will receive 2530-003 006 027 041 and 050. You received those? What's next?
There is one video. It is 2698. It's a video of Kyle and Maya playing in the pool, August 11th, 2016.
Defense objects, Your Honor, cumulative and relevance.
Relevant material to Maya's physical capabilities. They're paddling around. You can see her legs, her arms, and you can see her also interacting with her brother and her brother's relationship with her. Relevant material to both damages and physical.
Go ahead and play.
Defense feels beaten.
With the sound of vision.
The judge hasn't ruled yet. Judge is going to watch this.
I think this is about it. Oh, the date of it?
August 11th, 2016.
A little less than 2 months before the admission at Johns Hopkins.
Defense, what was the objection?
It was cumulative and relevance, Your Honor. I was planning on putting a clip of this to show function.
Well, with respect to the relevance, the court finds that it is relevant and that it does show Maya's capabilities approximately 2 months prior to her admission. And so I don't think we're at the cumulative point at this time, so we're not as cumulative. So I'll admit the entire clip. If they want to play only a portion, that's them, but I'm going to admit the entire. The court will receive the entirety of 2698. Did I get that number right?
2698, yes.
So I'll receive 2698, Madam Clerk.
Angie, that's great news. Congratulations.
No, Your Honor. And the error before was that there was a miscommunication. They thought I said 07. I said it was 077. So 07 was the one that came up with Beata as a young woman. I apologize. I just went with it. But 077 is actually John Deere toy with Maya and Kyle. So my apologies, just a miscommunication between me and the...
Let's bring in the jury.
The video's still on.
We're only up to 15 objections.
No longer up.
Not bad, not bad. I think that's going to climb quite a bit.
Sure, is that right?
No, what happened was the defense was told to pick out 10 pictures to show, and they did, but they didn't tell, sorry, the plaintiff was told to pick out 10 pictures to show, and they did, but they didn't tell defense what they were, and defense was supposed to get the option to object, or I guess the judge was going to authorize all 10
Members
pictures.
of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Okay. Now let me make a statement. You're seeing a lot of exhibits. I will tell you, when you deliberate, you will have all exhibits available to you. So don't think that this is the only time that you'll ever get to see an exhibit. And there's going to be times that we do not publish exhibits, but you will have all exhibits available to you during your deliberations.
The exhibits
Mr.
go
Anderson,
back.
you may continue.
Good to know. Beth, welcome. Look at that yellow courthouse. Thank you so much for your support.
Kyle, before we were talking a little bit about your memories of you and your sister. Have you been close since you can remember?
Yes, Maya and I have always been close. She was my best friend. She was there since I was born, so we did pretty much everything together.
Let me show what's previously been marked into evidence as 2528077, permission to publish.
You may.
Now, what I want to find out, was this your place back up in Chicago?
Yes, that's correct.
And you and your sister are entering a mudding race, or this is one of the toys, this is just you two playing?
Yeah, so this used to be our favorite thing to do back in Illinois. We would ride this thing all day until the battery would die, and then we would just watch the battery charge up and just count down the time until we could ride it again.
All right. Now,
that's a Hot Wheels
did there
toy.
come a time when your mom,
version.
and were you close to your mom?
Yes,
the
very
entire
much so.
time?
Yes.
I mean, sometimes kids get along well with their mom, sometimes not so well, usually the former, but you get along with your mom well?
Very much so, yes.
Was she easy for you to talk to?
Yes, she was.
Did you find her to be more on the hard side or more on the kind of compassionate side? How would you describe her?
In like what way?
Well, was she disciplinarian? She made sure you did the right thing, brushed your teeth, all that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I said Hot Wheels. You're right.
And was she
Power
soft
Wheels.
with you as well?
Yes.
In terms of being affectionate and so forth.
Yes, very much so.
Did she teach you about your heritage? Being Polish.
She did mention stuff about her heritage, and her dream was to take Maya and I and the family to Poland to see where she grew up, and that was one of her lifelong dreams, was to do that.
With the court's permission, published 2528-106. It's in evidence.
You may.
Now, what's this?
So that would be her childhood home where she grew up when she was a child.
Mm-hmm. And that's you there with your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have relatives still over in Poland, do you know?
Not direct family, but I think possibly cousins.
Okay. And did your mom tell you anything about her life over there or before she came over here?
Yes, she told me how bad it was and how the government had a major say and restricted on everything she pretty much did.
Did she explain to you about communism?
Yes, she did.
Was she happy to come over here?
She was extremely happy to come over here.
Okay. And tell us a little bit more about this trip. How long did you spend over there?
We spent a month over there, and we basically visited throughout the whole entire country. We wouldn't stay in one area long. We would do all the cool touristy stuff, and then we move on to another location.
Mm-hmm. Is your family fairly religious?
Yes, we are.
Were you fairly religious back while your mom was alive?
Yes.
Roman Catholic?
Correct.
Did you go to Mass?
Yes, we did.
How often?
We would go to Mass every weekend, and then afterwards we would go to Sunday school.
Was that up in Chicago as well as down here?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And what was your church here? Catholic church. Well, what was your church here in Venice area?
Was it Catholic? Is that what you're asking? Yes, it was Catholic.
Okay, but what's the name of it?
It's called Epiphany Cathedral.
Okay. All right. And then, do you recall moving to Venice?
I do recall moving to Venice, yes.
Okay. At that age, I know you were really young, which, with the court's permission, publish 2528-081.
You may.
Is this soon after you moved to Venice, or around the time?
This is actually before we moved to Venice. We took a vacation to Venice as a family to just check it out. So yes, this is actually before we moved there.
Do you have early memories of Venice?
I do.
And at least up until your mom passed, you were happy in Venice?
Yes.
Okay. So now, you were going to school here. Where did you go to school? Elementary?
In elementary, I went to Taylor Ranch.
All right. And where are you going now?
I'm currently doing online school.
Okay. Before online, did you go to junior high or high school here?
Yes, I did junior high and high school in person before.
Okay. All right. So up until, let's say, the July 4th, 2015, we've talked about here, you've been in the courtroom for. Can you tell the jury whether your sister, from your perspective, was healthy and active?
Yes, Maya was extremely healthy and active. We did stuff on the daily together, and from that point, she never complained about any pain or anything.
Okay. Was she pretty, like if she fell down, was she the type of kid that cried a lot, or was she the type of kid who held it in?
Maya was like the type of kid to hold it in. She didn't want to really just bother people about it, so she would hold it in.
Was that true of her throughout the whole time you knew her?
Yes.
Known her?
Yes.
All right. And so you said you did a lot together. Let me show you, court's permission, 2528-117.
Yes, you may.
And this is you two before she got sick?
Correct.
Out in the back?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you two like to do a lot?
Yeah, that was something that Dad, Maya, and I would do a lot.
Mm-hmm. Fish out back there? I got it. And this is right out back of your house, the little lake?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So, do you recall your sister getting sick? Do you remember that day that she got sick, or were you there?
I remember the day, but not. It's like a little bit of a blur for me, but I do remember certain stuff from that day.
Let's figure out now if Maya was what, about 9 when this happened? You would have been what, 7?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any memories of it?
I do have some memories of it, yes.
What do you recall that day?
I remember her cough that she had. It wasn't like a normal cough like any other person would have. It was like a very deep, and it wasn't just a cough. It was her like crying and moaning and coughing all at the same time.
Do we have that clip previously marked into evidence? What is it? 2616. It's 2616?
106.
Just can you tell the court?
It's 2616, beginning at 106, ending at 120.
The one we previously played for the court?
Yes. You may play that portion.
Thank you. And what are we going to hear now? This is the cough?
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
Be strong.
Now, Kyle, tell us about that. Do you recall that episode?
I don't recall that particular one, but I do remember certain episodes that were very similar to that one.
Is that the cough?
Yes, that's the cough.
And when did that cough start? Was this after the 15th, the 2015 4th of July time period?
Yes, that's the first time I heard it, and then it progressed.
Okay. All right. And she had that for a long period of time?
Correct.
Now, after that point, then we're talking about the 4th of July when you first saw your sister get sick. Did you start having to go away a lot for treatments?
Yeah, she was always going away. I just assumed that they were just normal doctor appointments. I didn't really have a understanding on where she was going.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she was starting to go away a lot more.
And from your perspective, I know you were 7 or so, but was she continuing to not do well and or getting worse over this period?
Yeah, this whole timeline of events, starting from the 4th of July, it was all a decline from there in her progress, her health.
Okay. And did there come a time when you recall her going off to Mexico?
I do recall that time frame, yes.
Now, did you go on that trip?
No, I did not.
All right. So let me show you now. Well, strike that. So she was in Mexico for a period of time?
Yes.
And was that before Christmas of 2015, you recall?
I do not recall exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But around that time in the winter of 2015?
I believe it was around that time frame, yes.
Well, let me show you Trial Exhibit 2530-003 in evidence. Move to publish.
You may.
Okay. Oh, and who's all that? Is that Christmas?
Yes, that is Christmas, and that's my family.
All right. Now, she had just come back from Mexico by this time?
Yes, now I remember that, yes.
Okay. Now, tell us about then after this period. She was in Mexico towards the very end of November, beginning of December. I think the evidence will show. And she went to Mexico. I want you to tell the jury about how she did after that, compared with what she was like before she went to Mexico.
Yeah, so after Maya got back from Mexico, she regained a lot of her strength, and also along with that, her happiness. And she was able to do stuff she was never able to do before. For example, Maya, just even unscrewing a water bottle cap would be very difficult for her. And then after her trip from Mexico, she regained strength back from all over her body, and she was able to do stuff that she hasn't been able to do since she was sick.
Okay. Well, let me show you then maybe an example of this. This is this is Trial Exhibit 2530-006 in evidence. Move to publish.
You may.
Okay. Well, this is just about 6 weeks after Mexico. What's significant there about Maya's feet?
They are a lot more straight than they were.
Mm-hmm. What were her feet like before she left?
They were turned in.
Like how?
They were turned in quite an amount, yes.
All right. And did she have any choice in that? Is that something that she had any control over, or were they always like that?
No, she had no control over that. They were always like that.
All right. And so now in this photo here, where are you? You're in your pool or someplace else?
Yes, we are in our backyard pool.
Okay. And so how's she doing here? Is she doing better from what you recall her being before she had the long-term ketamine treatment?
Yes, Maya is most definitely doing better. She was never able to have that much motion with her hands up in the air like that, and she was never able to have her feet that straight.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. Now, before she went off for the ketamine treatments in Mexico, did you know from watching her what parts of her body hurt her?
Yes.
Tell the jury the different areas that you physically saw or learned in some way that she was hurting in.
Yeah, what I experienced is a lot of the pain was in her lower extremities, but there was also pain in her upper extremities, especially with her arms.
Okay. And did you see different things other than the bottle cap where she would have difficulty holding herself up or getting herself around?
Yeah, she had a belt for her wheelchair because she couldn't sit upright, and if there wasn't the belt there to hold her in her wheelchair, it would cause her to fall.
Okay. All right. And then if we look at moving on to Exhibit 2530-027, now this is about 3 months later in March of 2016. Move to publish.
You may.
Now what's that?
That is Maya and I again in our backyard pool.
Okay. And again, her feet, are they looking better?
Yes, they are looking a lot better.
Okay. And before, could she move them into that position like that?
She would need help before for her feet to be in that position.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's move on then and see how she's doing then in May 21st, 2016, and at trial exhibit 2530-041 in evidence, move to publish.
You may.
All right, so tell us about Maya's ability to tuck her leg under like that before.
Yeah, Maya was unable to really have like any control over her legs. If she wanted to move them, she would have to ask for assistance to move them.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, she was able to move them on her own.
Okay, so was she getting stronger?
Yes, she most definitely was.
And continuing on, let's take a look at, I hope these in order. Yeah. All right, so let's look at trial exhibit 2530-050. In evidence, move to publish.
Me.
All right, what's happening here?
So that is Maya. She is trying to build upper body strength, doing some exercises on the walker.
Mm-hmm.
And I am there to help her, to assist her, because it's still not exactly possible, but she's very determined.
Okay. So by this point in July of 2016, was she looking forward to, were you looking forward to your sister getting out of that wheelchair and able to move around?
Yes, we all were, yes.
And so were there times, if there were allegations here that somehow that she was faking it or making any of this up, did you ever see her in a situation where the other kids were playing outside and you saw any emotion on her regarding her ability to join in?
Yes, I have seen stuff like that where I would be with my friends doing something outside, and then I could see her watching from the window, yes.
And how'd she look?
She looked very sad, and I felt extremely bad.
Did she want to get out of that wheelchair?
She was extremely determined to.
Okay. So then all the way through here, July, and then did there come a time, within a couple months of this, 6 weeks or so, that she had a setback?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened there?
Her condition just went the complete opposite way.
Did you ever learn why? What set it off?
I believe it was something to do with schooling.
Uh-huh. So it was more on like a psychological side than an injury or something?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so what was your reaction? Did you think this was going to hopefully pass pretty quick?
Well, I was extremely sad because I thought that Maya was going to get better like any time because she was doing the best she has been doing since she was 6. So when this whole thing went the opposite way, our whole family was absolutely devastated.
Of 2016?
Yes.
Excuse me. Okay, and so let me show you then, around the same time, a video previously marked into evidence as 2698. I'd like to publish it to show, I want you to tell us about what's going on here. It's pretty self-evident. Move to publish.
You may.
Now, is that, her legs are straight there?
Yes.
And how's her upper body strength?
Her upper body strength at this point was very good. Swimming is something that both Maya and I love doing, so we would always do it together.
So she was even able to move herself around pretty well in the water?
Yes.
And how'd that make you feel that your sister could like do that, pull herself out of the water and pull herself over?
Well, yeah, she used to not be able to do that, so at that point when she was able to do that, it was showing that she was progressing, and I thought it was a very good thing.
But still not quite ready to walk?
Correct.
Okay, so she could push herself around on her legs and like that, and obviously master a dolphin. Well, maybe not master a dolphin, but master a dolphin for a little while. And is this something that you all enjoyed?
Yes.
Did you know that your mom was filming this?
No.
We just like a predicate date for the date the video was taken.
Let's finish the publishing.
And is that your wheelchair?
Yes.
And y'all kept it right in that spot?
It moved a little bit, but mainly in that area, yes.
All right. And then when she wanted to get out of the pool, how did you get her out of the pool and into the wheelchair?
At this point, she had enough upper body strength to pull herself out and then grab the wheelchair and push herself up. But before that, we would need to pick her up out of the pool and put her into the wheelchair.
Now, did you know your mom was filming this? Or
No,
was your
no.
mom filming this?
I believe it was my mom or dad, but we had no clue filming it.
Okay. All right. I think that's enough of this one. It's okay. All right. And let the record reflect that, again, that was in August 11th of 2016. Now, did there come a time then when your sister, after she had been, as you said before, got sick again and you were upset and worried, do you remember the day that she went off to Johns Hopkins?
I remember it briefly. I remember that she was going somewhere, but I wasn't exactly sure where.
Okay. And did you know anything about the hurricane coming then, or was that something?
Yes, I did. I was under the understanding I didn't know the hurricane was coming, yes.
Okay. And so your dad left to take her up there to where?
I believe it was Johns Hopkins.
And was that the last time you had your sister home until into January of 2017?
Yes.
And was that the last time home with your entire family, your mom and your sister and you and your dad?
Yes.
So if the record reflects that she went into Johns Hopkins on October 7th, 2016, and October 6th, 2016 would be your last day with the whole family at your home?
Yes, that's correct.
During this period of time, she was up staying at Johns Hopkins, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. And do you know, were your parents trying to get her out of there?
Out of Johns Hopkins while she was taken for the 3.5 months?
Yes.
Yes, my mom and dad were researching every night and trying to find a way to get her out of there.
Okay. And was it hard on them?
Extremely hard.
What did you notice from, I know you were just a kind of little kid, but what did you notice about it?
The stress that was added on my parents, that like it was unmanageable. They were trying every way to get Maya out of there, and they were determined and wouldn't stop until she got out of there.
What about their relationship as time went on? From, I know you were just a little boy, but did you notice any stress?
Yes, the stress in the family caused more arguments than normal between them.
Did they argue much normally, or was it pretty stable marriage from what you saw? I know you were just a kid.
It was stable, yes.
Okay. But now, what was the change?
What do you mean?
Between them, were they disagreeing? Were they?
Yeah, they were disagreeing on certain things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Was it about how to get Maya out?
Yes, I believe there is a specific time where there was a disagreement on that.
Okay. All right. Now, before Maya left for Johns Hopkins, I want to ask you about some things and whether you noticed any of them on her. Did you ever see what are known as lesions? You know what lesions are?
Yes.
Little round, angry, or streaky, almost a scrape looking with a lesion at the end of it on her. Did she have those before she went to Mexico? Did she have a lot of those?
Yes.
And did they hurt her?
Yes, they very much did hurt her.
Did you or your mom, or your dad have to put cream or things on them?
Yes, there was a certain ointment and cream that.
Okay. And then when she, during this period of time before she went for the ketamine treatments in Mexico, then did you notice that she would be super sensitive to touch at different points?
Yes, there would be times, especially in her legs and arms, where if you, like even just the sensation from water touching her would be too much.
And then other days it would be fine?
Some days, yes.
Okay. Did she have good days and bad days?
Yes.
Tell us about Maya's pain at night. Did that cause the family, and I'm talking about before she went off to Mexico, did that cause everybody some problems about sleeping?
Yeah, most certainly. Maya would be up crying and moaning all night, and it would. I'm only like about 10, 12 feet away from her room, is my room, and I would be up all night hearing her.
Did y'all ever do anything so that Maya could communicate while y'all were on the other side of the house?
Yeah, we tried walkie-talkies because my parents' room and Maya's room were on the complete opposite sides of the house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And was this hard on you, hearing your sister in pain like that?
Yes.
And so then, how about, and if you notice them or didn't notice them, her movements then in her lower body, was she limited in her feet movements all the time? Talking about before she left for Mexico?
Yes, she would need help moving her legs.
Okay. And what else did you notice that was strange? Anything about colors of her skin from time to time?
Yes, around her knees would be extremely red.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then what about, and I don't know if you saw this or not at your age, but any heat sensations or cold sensations where she'd get super hot or super cold for no apparent reason?
Yeah, there would be times where she would ask for a blanket.
Uh-huh. And this is Florida, so how did that strike you in the circumstances?
Very confused.
And I know you were small. All right, so after the ketamine treatments over the course of that spring and summer of 2016, before she went into Johns Hopkins, did any of those, we talked about and seen the dystonia, but did any of the other symptoms get better?
After the ketamine?
Yeah.
After treatments, yes, the symptoms definitely did get better.
Okay. So tell us about the lesions. Were they better?
Yeah, the lesions, they started to cure. They got better.
And her movement, of course.
Yeah, the movement definitely got better.
Mm-hmm. And was she more comfortable?
Yes, and she was also a lot happier.
A lot happier?
Yes.
Okay. And she was still getting, after Mexico, did you know she was still going off for some treatments here and there?
I was briefly aware, not...
Okay, you weren't part of that a lot?
Yeah, I wasn't exactly.
Okay. All right. But for whatever reason, your sister was happier?
Yes.
So was she still having pain here and there?
Yeah, there was definitely still be pain.
Okay. Now, while she was, let's jump ahead and talk about at Johns Hopkins. At first, were you anybody allowed to see your sister, or was this, strike that. When was the first time you remember being able to go see your sister?
I do not remember the exact date, but I do kind of remember the day.
Okay. And tell me about that.
Yes, so I was extremely excited to see Maya because it's the first time I've seen her since she was taken.
Right. And then how was she in the hospital? Besides being excited to see you, but how did she look physically?
She was not doing good.
No?
No.
All right. And did you notice, or did she appear happy or sad about being in there?
She was extremely sad and wanted to come home.
Was she lonely?
Extremely.
And from what you saw, were you able to spend some time here and there with her? When I say time, I mean an hour or so, 2?
Yeah, we were only limited to our time of how long we could be there.
And how long was that?
I do not remember exactly.
Short, long, half a day?
It was short.
Was it less than half a day?
Most certainly.
How did the the nurses and people around treat y'all?
I do not really have an understanding of how they treated us, but I remember Maya talking about how like some of them did not treat her well, and they were talking behind her back.
Okay. From what you saw, was your sister enjoying her interaction with the nurses or not enjoying it?
Not enjoying it.
All right. And so, how often would you get to come up and see her?
As often as I was able to.
And what was that? Was that once a week, once a month?
I do not remember exactly, but I do know it was as often as I could.
But when we're talking about this period, October, November, December, and into January, then can you give the jury idea? Was this just like once a week or so? Or?
Yeah, it was probably limited to around that time.
And how did that make you feel?
It was extremely sad, especially with the holidays coming up. We extremely missed her and wanted her to be home by the holidays.
Mm-hmm. Was she home then for Halloween?
No.
Was she home for Thanksgiving?
No.
Christmas?
No.
Her birthday is sometime in December, isn't it?
Yes.
Was she home for her birthday?
No.
Okay. And so then, you obviously recall and just sat through the 911 tape, but you know when your mom passed away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're going to bring you back and talk about that a little later.
Okay.
But I want to skip ahead from there and talk about Maya's journey after she got out finally. Did she get out immediately after your mom died, or did it take a while to get her out?
It was not immediately after. It took a little time.
Do you remember how that affected you and your dad not being able to get her out?
Yes, on top of the death of my mom, it was extremely hard.
Okay. And do you remember how she was when she came home?
She was like the worst I've seen her. She was, all her symptoms that she had were extremely intensified.
All right. Did she have the lesions back?
Yes.
Were her feet back in the dystonia? Was she weak?
Very.
Describe how weak.
She would have trouble opening like a water bottle cap off a water bottle.
Again, right? Anything else? Was she able to get herself back up into a wheelchair again?
No, she needed help.
Did she need help with everything?
Yes.
Were there ever times when you thought you might lose your sister then?
Most definitely, yes.
Okay. So, knowing your sister, did she try to get herself better?
She was extremely determined to get better.
All right. What did you see from your perspective? So let's see, you would have been what, like 8 or 9 by then?
Yes.
So from your perspective as her brother, how'd she do it?
She was working as much as she could to get better, doing all sorts of things to try to get better.
And what time would she get up in the morning to do it? Your home?
I remember that she would get up extremely early in the morning.
Like before 6?
Yes.
To work out?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know during this period of time if it was painful for her to do this?
Yes, it was.
Did you notice that? What did you see?
There's times where she would just break down crying because the pain was too much.
Okay. And did there come a time then when she was able to try to switch off of the wheelchair and into crutches?
Yes, eventually she gained the strength to be able to do that.
Now, was this a just all at once thing, or did she have to spend some time in the wheelchair and then crutches, then back to the wheelchair and then crutches? In other words, did she have to work into it?
I do not exactly remember, but I remember the process from her being in the wheelchair to doing crutches was a long process.
Okay. And then from there on to being able to walk, did that take quite a while as
Yes,
well?
that did.
And we'll hear testimony about how long. All right. And so, but eventually she was able to walk, right?
Yes.
Obviously. Okay. Let's talk about her today, as she is today. Now, actually, I'll take that back. Do you remember her having a relapse after this?
Yes,
A couple
I do.
years later?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you recall about it.
I recall that she had a relapse and had like bad symptoms again, and that both Dad and I were extremely worried again for her health.
Okay. Did she go to the hospital again?
Yes, she did.
Did you? And how long was she in there? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Was it a week? More than a
I
week?
think it was
less
a
than
little
week?
more than a week.
Okay. All right. And you went to visit her there?
Yes.
No problems getting in and out of that
No
hospital?
problem, no.
And the once she got out of that, after that relapse, did she have to work again to rebuild herself?
Yes, she did.
And again, was that hard?
Yes, very hard on the family.
So after she got out of Johns Hopkins, within a couple years, she had yet another relapse?
Yes.
All right. And so, how's she doing now?
She's doing good. I mean, that's today though. Like tomorrow could be completely different. Her pain varies on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Are there days when she just doesn't want to do anything?
Yes.
Okay. Have you noticed that she has any physical reactions, any tics, any issues with her legs, anything like that?
Yes, there is still times where I do notice that.
Okay. Anything new that you've noticed?
Not recently, no.
Okay. And so she's able to get around real well now?
Correct, yes.
Are there days when she'll just lay in bed all day and not want to do anything?
Yes.
And other days she wants to go to the beach and go out and have
Yes.
fun, right? Does she ever know from day to day what it's going to be?
It's completely unpredictable.
And since your mom passed, tell me what it's been like. Well, hang on. You know what? I'm going to bring you back to that. Okay. We're going to say.
Okay, I think they're about done. I think they're going to cross, and then we'll have lunch. Just a few more minutes of questioning, then we're going to take a lunch, and we'll come back for the afternoon
Your
session.
Let me ask you this. Is it short or long?
Very short, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll finish this witness before lunch?
In 10 minutes or less, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Kyle. Thank you for coming. The audio of the cough, you don't hear that anymore, do you?
Not anymore.
Okay. That cough that the jury heard about, you haven't heard that since your sister got out of All Children's, true?
Correct. I haven't heard it since.
Okay. You were asked, and I know you were young, so I don't want to push you too much on details if you don't remember, but I think you told the jury there was a time period after that July 3rd, 2015 incident when your sister had to be belted into a wheelchair.
I don't remember exactly the time frame, but I do remember there being a time where when she was in the wheelchair that there had to be a belt.
Okay. And I won't push any further, but do you know whether that was 2015, 2016?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Okay. A little bit about the visitation. Were you in school while Maya was in the hospital?
I do not exactly remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
When you say to the jury that you weren't able to see your sister as much as you wanted to, was that because you were in school during that period from October to December, or do you know if that was DCF limitations?
I visited her as much as I possibly could, so that was nothing to do with school.
Okay. When you did visit your sister at All Children's, some of the things you like to do were board games, Uno, things of that nature?
Correct.
Okay. Maya, during the period, if you remember, and if you don't, that's okay. Maya, during the period of time from July of 2015 until she went to All Children's, was doing school from home. Is that right?
I do not exactly remember when she was doing school from home, but at some point she was.
Okay. I won't push you on it any more than Kyle. You're back in school now?
I do online school, yes.
Okay. Let me just ask you briefly about a couple other things about it. When you were able to visit your sister in the hospital, you went with your dad?
Correct.
Okay. Your sister now, I think the jury's heard some stuff about how she used to ice skate before. Once she got back out of All Children's during her recovery, she was able to get back out on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, she was able to, but with she did have some pain, so which forced her to having to quit.
Okay. But you were able to go to some of her ice skating competitions?
Correct, yes.
She was able to jump again and do twists and those types of things?
Yeah, but eventually it was too much.
Mm-hmm.
But you go ahead.
You said one more. You just show us that. I appreciate you coming, Kyle. I'm sorry for your loss.
But she quit ice skating pretty quickly, didn't she?
Correct.
No, nothing further, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you have questions? You go ahead and write it down, sir.
We have the first question from a juror. I appreciate all those who are answering questions in chat and helping people out, as this is a very complicated case, and I won't even pretend to say that I understand some of the factors and the things they're talking about here, especially when it comes to medical conditions. So. Might be a long question. Paper was just torn, handed to the bailiff. It's going to go to the judge. The way these questions
Have
work.
the attorneys come forward, please.
The rules are that the questions from the jury have to be screened the same way a question from a lawyer would be screened. So if a lawyer couldn't ask the question in open court, the juror also won't be able to ask the question. So they're going to review this question together, and if either side has an objection, they'll make that before the judge, or the judge might make a call directly if it's very blatant. If it passes this quick scrutiny here, it's going to be read to the witness, and they'll answer that question just as they would had it come from either attorney. This is really insightful if this goes forward, to see what the jury's thinking.
I'm going to go ahead and ask the jury's questions. What hospital did Maya go to this last time?
On her last remission? On her last remission, she did not. I do not remember her exact name, but I do know for a fact that it was not Johns Hopkins.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any further questions based on the jury's questions?
I do not, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, are there any other questions? Okay, Mr. Kyle Kowalski, you can go have a seat back at the table.
All right, that should lead us into the lunch break, which we're going to take here.
Members of the jury, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you in a moment for lunch. I'm going to ask that you be back at the rallying point at, let's say, 1:20.
They have a
hopefully
secret
we'll be able to get you
rallying
in
point.
soon after 1:30. So be back to the rallying point at 1:20. As always, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Okay?
I like that
Have a good lunch.
admonition.
All right, there was ice cream.
It's quicker than some of the other ones. Okay, so that is lunchtime. That'll take us to lunchtime. The case, if for those that might be joining and just missing out, this is a couple of you had a really good definition here. Let me see where that one was. Samantha says this is a malpractice lawsuit, so this is a civil suit. Okay, meaning that the maximum penalty that can be doled out in this case if guilt is established and by the jury. Hang on one second.
Just from the defense side, per agreement of the court, we were told the witnesses by lunchtime.
By when we come back from lunch.
When we come back from lunch, or Tuesday.
I thought it was the day prior by lunch, not, what are we, 4 days prior at this point?
You don't know who you've got coming up.
We don't know who we got coming up for Tuesday yet, but we can let them know by what, noon tomorrow?
How about lunchtime tomorrow?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the game they play.
Anything else?
Judge, I only suggest this, I don't know if they have exhibits for the next witness, but perhaps we could know that before 1:20, what exhibits they plan to use. Just to move things along.
I'll just talk
We just have a teacher.
And what might be helpful is you just have a list that you can read from that's agreed to. Let's not do it right now. You all can talk, but instead of spending a lot of time trying to figure out the numbers of these exhibits, just have a list already written out.
The judge wants to go to lunch.
In their defense, they did give us a list last night, and I know that we're objecting to some of them. So that's, I guess I'm alerting the court. We have some objections to some of their exhibits that they may want to be using this witness. I'm not sure if they are or not.
We'll come back at 1:15, and hopefully you all can have addressed all of that. Okay. We'll be in recess.
Okay. Judge gets his lunch break. There we go. We're going to get a lunch break as well. First, let me answer a couple questions. This is a malpractice lawsuit. This is a civil suit, so there's no jail time for anybody. Nobody can go to jail. No one can lose their liberty from this. The only penalties that can be enforced at this is basically a financial penalty, where if there's guilt established on the part of the defendant, they can be assessed a fine. The plaintiffs, which include Maya, her dad, and her brother Kyle, they are, and also the estate of her mom, which is being managed by the dad. So there's 4 plaintiffs, I think, if you look at the paperwork. So it's a little confusing that way, but basically the family are each individually and collectively suing the hospital and the doctors. They're suing because they say there's malpractice. There was that they failed to diagnose and treat properly, and in addition, they're blaming the hospital for the separation, which happened through the Child Protective Services, basically, where the courts came in and said, "Hey, we believe that the mom is causing some of these illnesses in the daughter." Munchausen. I'm thinking Munchkin. I don't know the word. It's a big name. Where basically that's we'll get into that later. That's going to be a part of the testimony. It'll probably come in on the defense side, where they start presenting evidence that they think that they were right in saying the mom was harming the daughter. Anyway, that's coming in. Because of that, the hospital and the courts ordered the separation, so the family couldn't see her, and they couldn't take her home. The hospital took custody of her for treatment. That was for 3 months. During that time, as we heard from Kyle in the testimony, their parents were trying everything they could to try to get her home, and it wasn't working. And the sticking point, I think, was what the plaintiffs were trying to say is that the hospital blamed the mom for this, and the mom then made a decision to take herself out of the equation, and then Maya would be able to come home. So she took her own life, and shortly thereafter, Maya was able to come home. And so this lawsuit it sort of wraps all that together, and they're suing for the loss of their mother and the wife, and also the treatment or mistreatment, as the case may be, of Maya. So it's a very complicated case. They're asking for $200 million. Which is a huge number, and they have excellent lawyers on both sides arguing this. So we're getting some really high quality lawyering. And they brought the best of both worlds to be there. So that's where we're at. I will tell you, I'm so impressed with you guys. We sat through some incredibly difficult testimony and evidence today, and I appreciate everyone supporting each other through that. And thank you, all of you. This is the best community to watch true crime with. It's just incredible. I really, really respect you and thank you all. All right. Any other questions? Yes, Maya is. I believe that the disease is being managed, or the syndrome is being managed. That right now she's not in the pain and stuff that she was in before. It sort of comes and goes, and it's one of those things that if we understood it better, we would be able to treat it better. But it's rare, it's sort of flighty. The worst, as an IT guy, I can tell you the worst kind of problem to diagnose is something that's intermittent. As long as it breaks all the time when something happens, I can track it down. But if it only breaks some of the time, it's very difficult to find the problem. And this very much was that sort of situation. Jury questions are fantastic, Tash. We love those. That may give us just a peek behind the curtain a little bit as we start to see what the jury is thinking throughout this case. Let's see, who's the young girl? That is Maya. The girl is Maya. I don't know if she'll be testifying. I don't know if she'll be up there at all. So that will be very interesting. The hospital and the doctors representing the hospital have done a great job on the defense, just from a legal perspective. Have done a great job fighting evidence, which if you can keep evidence from being admitted into court, then you don't have to worry about anything later. You can stop lots of fires from starting if the evidence comes in. So they've been fighting a lot of evidence. Pictures. They want to minimize the number of pictures that are shown. There's just a ton of stuff there that they've been doing well. I was not going to take calls now because we're going to go to lunch. So whoever it is on the phone, I'll leave a message and I will I'll check it here in a little bit. But anyway, thank you all for being here. We're going to come back and catch the rest of this is Friday's proceedings because the court is not in session today. So we have 2 more hours after lunch where we'll catch the rest of the proceedings, and it's going to be spicy as well because the lawyers are doing what lawyers do. But that's it. All right. That being said, I think I answered all the questions, or at least I made an attempt. Let's see. I think that's all. Oh, let's see. Barbara, you got the hot pickles. You got the habanero pickles. Those are fire. Those are fire. It's like lava in your mouth, I hear. So I'm not a big mango fan, but call them up. Let them know you got the wrong pickles. So the other ones are still spicy, but not that hot. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in about, give us an hour. We'll be back. It's 1 o'clock right now. We'll be back just before 2. And we'll pick up where we left off, catch the rest of this afternoon's, or Friday afternoon's proceedings in court, and see where it goes from there. So give us an hour. I will put a new thumbnail up. Give me about 5 minutes after this one goes down. First person in chat in that new thumbnail wins the internet for the rest of the day. It's just a little perk. It's something that normally I would take care of, but I'm going to gift that to you, and you get to maintain the internet for as long as we are not, before we go live again, whatever that time is. I butchered that, but scratch that. There's a big oops. All right, I think that's it. Thank you. Enjoy lunch. I'm going to 1 hour, whatever time it is, 1 hour, little miss, 1 hour from now. And maybe a couple minutes before then, so 50 minutes. Kim's passing the baton. You did a great job with the internet, Kim, this morning. Thank you so much. Repeat offender there. Appreciate you all. All right, we'll catch you on the flip side. Have a good lunch. We'll see you.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Nail it, Murdoch, stole it.